The air at 4,000 feet doesn't smell like nothing. It smells like pulverized granite and the frozen, metallic scent of coming snow. It is a thin, hungry air that scrapes the back of the throat. My breath came in measured, rhythmic puffs, white plumes that vanished against the gray face of the Eiger's shadow. I reached for my chalk bag, the fine white powder coating my fingertips like crushed bone. My muscles were not screaming yet. They were humming, a low-frequency vibration that told me I was exactly where I was supposed to be. In the vertical world, there is no room for the past or the future. There is only the 3-foot radius of rock directly in front of your eyes. I jammed my right hand into a vertical crack, a perfect finger lock. I twisted my knuckles until the skin pinched, anchoring myself. Below me, 300 feet of empty space tugged at my heels. Above me, the Devil's Shelf, a narrow ledge no wider than a coffin, marked the halfway point of the ascent. I was soloing. No harness, no partner, no safety net. Just me and the gravity that wanted to reclaim me. The first anomaly wasn't a sound or a sight. It was a change in the wind. Usually, the wind on the face is chaotic, a buffeting force that tries to peel you off the stone. But as I pulled myself over the lip of the Devil's Shelf, the wind died completely. The silence was heavy, like a thick curtain had been dropped over the mountain. It was the kind of silence you find in a deep basement or a fresh grave. I rolled onto the ledge, my chest heaving against the cold stone. I waited for the rush of adrenaline to subside, for the climber's high to settle in, but it didn't come. Instead, I felt a sharp, copper taste beneath my tongue, a nosebleed, just a small one. I wiped it away with the back of my hand, leaving a dark smear on my knuckles. That was when I saw it. Bolted into the granite, 6 inches above the floor of the ledge, was a stainless steel expansion bolt. It looked old, pitted by seasons of ice and sun, but the rope looped through it was brand new. It was a 9.8 dynamic line, neon orange with a distinctive black tracer. My heart didn't race, it slowed down. A cold, clinical curiosity took over. I looked at the knot. It wasn't a standard figure eight or a bowline. It was a variation of a triple fisherman's loop, finished with a peculiar, counterintuitive tuck under the primary strand. I stopped breathing. I knew that knot. I had invented it. I spent 3 winters in a cabin in Vermont perfecting that specific hitch. I called it the ghost hitch. I had never shown it to anyone. I had never published it in a manual or taught it to a partner. It was a private obsession, a way to ensure a rope would never slip under tension while remaining easy to untie with frozen fingers. I reached out and touched the nylon. It was slightly warm, as if it had been sitting in the sun, despite the shelf being trapped in a permanent blue shadow. I followed the line with my eyes. The orange rope didn't go up. It didn't go down. It ran horizontally along the ledge and disappeared into a narrow, vertical chimney flaring into the rock, a crack too small for a human to fit through. I pulled on the rope. It was taut. Something on the other end was holding it. "Hello," I said. My voice was flat, swallowed by the stone. There was no echo. The mountain didn't talk back. But as I held the rope, I felt a vibration travel down the line. 3 distinct, rhythmic tugs. Thump, thump, thump. It felt like a heartbeat transmitted through nylon. I looked at my own hands. They were shaking, not from the climb, but from a sudden, irrational realization. The rope wasn't just tied with my knot. It was my rope. I looked down at my gear loops. My spare coil, the one I kept in my small haul bag for emergencies, was gone. The zipper on my bag was open. It hadn't snagged or broken. It had been pulled back, smooth and deliberate. I hadn't felt a thing. I sat back against the cold wall, my legs dangling over the 300-foot drop. The sun was beginning to dip, casting long, distorted shadows across the valley floor. The shadows looked like fingers reaching up. I needed to move. I needed to finish the ascent or begin the rappel, but the orange rope held my gaze. I leaned closer to the chimney where the rope disappeared. There was a smell coming from the crack. It wasn't the smell of the mountain. It was the smell of a closed room, old paper, stale coffee, and the faint, medicinal scent of antiseptic. It was the smell of my father's study, a room that had been locked and boarded up for 15 years. I put my ear to the crack. At first, there was only the sound of my own blood rushing through my veins. Then, a voice. It wasn't a scream or a whisper. It was a monotonous, rhythmic humming, a nursery rhyme I hadn't heard since I was 5 years old. Down the hole the rabbit goes, where he stops, nobody knows. The humming stopped. A soft, wet sound followed, like someone licking their lips. "You're late, Elias," the voice said. It was my voice. Exactly my pitch, my inflection, my habit of clipping the T at the end of words. I scrambled back, my boot heels scraping the ledge. My hand went to the bolt, wanting to rip the rope out, to deny its existence. But as I grabbed the ghost hitch, I realized something that turned my skin to ice. The knot hadn't been tied from the outside. The loops were inverted. The rope had been pulled through the rock, tied on the other side of the granite face, and pushed out through the hole. I looked at the bolt again. It wasn't a bolt. It was a finger. A human finger, calcified and gray, screwed into the rock with a rusted washer, and it was wearing my wedding ring. The orange rope gave another tug. This time, it wasn't a heartbeat. It was a steady, relentless pull. It began to slide into the chimney, inch by inch, dragging me toward the dark, narrow slit in the mountain. I reached for my knife to cut the line, but my sheath was empty. I looked down at the valley, hoping to see the lights of a distant town, a sign of the world I knew. But the valley was gone. In its place was an endless, flat expanse of gray carpet, illuminated by flickering fluorescent lights that stretched to the horizon. The mountain wasn't a mountain anymore. It was a wall, and I was no longer climbing. I was being retracted. I gripped the edge of the ledge until my fingernails cracked. The orange rope was a straight line now, vibrating with tension. From inside the chimney, I heard the sound of a chair scraping against a hardwood floor. "Don't fight it," my voice whispered from the dark. "The knots are already tied. You did the work yourself." I looked at the ghost hitch, the knot I had invented to keep things from slipping. It was doing its job perfectly. I couldn't untie it. My fingers wouldn't obey. They moved with a mechanical precision, tightening the loops instead of loosening them. The sun vanished, not behind a cloud, but like a light bulb being switched off. In the sudden, absolute darkness, I felt a hand reach out from the chimney. It didn't grab my arm. It didn't push me. It simply rested its palm against my chest, right over my heart. The hand was impossibly cold, but the skin felt familiar. It had the same callus on the thumb from years of handling carabiners, the same scar across the knuckle from a botched climb in Yosemite. "It's a long way down," the other me said, "but it's an even longer way in." The rope jerked, the finger bolt groaned in the rock. I realized then that the mountain hadn't been my challenge. It had been my cage, and the rope wasn't my safety line. It was a leash. I looked at the orange nylon, glowing faintly in the dark, and for the first time I noticed the black tracer wasn't a pattern. It was text. Tiny, microscopic letters woven into the fabric, thousands of repetitions of a single date. October 14th. On today's date. The hand on my chest pushed. I didn't fall outward into the air. I fell inward into the stone. The granite became soft, like wet clay, swallowing my shoulders, my torso, my hips. I tried to scream, but my mouth was filled with the taste of old paper and stale coffee. As the rock closed over my eyes, the last thing I saw was the ledge. It was empty. There was no rope. There was no bolt. There was only a single white chalk bag sitting in the center of the stone, and a pair of boots that looked exactly like mine, walking away into the sky. The silence returned, but this time it was the silence of a finished book. I woke up on the ledge. The sun was high. The sky was a piercing, cruel blue. My muscles were stiff, my throat parched. I sat up, gasping, my hands flying to my chest. No hands, no clay, no gray carpet. A dream, I whispered. Hypoxia, high-altitude cerebral edema. I began to rationalize. The brain does strange things when it's starved of oxygen. It creates vivid, tactile hallucinations to fill the sensory void. I stood up, shaking the dust from my pants. I needed to get down. Now. I turned to grab my gear. The ledge was exactly as it should be, except for one thing. The orange rope was gone. My haul bag was zipped shut, but in the center of the ledge, etched into the granite with a precision that no tool could achieve, was a diagram. It was the ghost hitch. And underneath it, written in my own messy, cramped handwriting, were 4 words. You are still tied. I looked at my wrist. Underneath the skin, pulsing just beneath the veins, was a faint orange line. It ran from my palm up my forearm and disappeared under my sleeve. I pulled back the fabric. The line didn't stop. It followed the path of my brachial artery, heading straight for my shoulder, straight for my neck. I grabbed my skin, trying to pinch the line to feel it. It wasn't a bruise. It wasn't a vein. It was a cord. I felt a tug, not from the mountain, not from the air. It came from inside my chest. Thump, thump, thump. I looked toward the summit. Standing on the very peak, a silhouette against the sun, was a man. He wasn't moving. He was holding a spool of orange nylon. He began to wind it. My arm jerked upward, pulled by the invisible tether beneath my skin. My feet left the ledge. I wasn't climbing anymore. I was being reeled in. The mountain began to hum. Down the hole the rabbit goes. I didn't scream this time. I saved my breath. I would need it for the climb that was never supposed to end. I reached for the next hold, my fingers moving in perfect mechanical rhythm. I wasn't in control of my body. I was a passenger in a suit of muscle and bone, watching through the windows of my own eyes as I climbed toward the man who was winding my life onto a plastic spool. The air smelled like antiseptic again. I looked at my hand as it gripped a jagged flake of stone. The skin was translucent. I could see the orange rope clearly now. It wasn't just following my arteries, it was replacing them. I reached the next ledge. There was a camera tripod standing there, old and rusted. It was pointed at me. On the ground next to it was a small, battery-operated tape recorder. The reels were turning. I stopped. The tension on the internal rope slackened. I leaned down and pressed play. The sound of wind filled the air. Then, the sound of rhythmic puffing. The air at 4,000 feet doesn't smell like nothing, my voice said from the speaker. It smells like pulverized granite and the frozen, metallic scent of coming snow. I listened to the tape describe my own climb, word for word, second for second. I listened to the description of the nosebleed. I listened to the description of the rope. The tape reached the moment I was in right now. I stopped, the voice on the tape said. The tension on the internal rope slackened. I leaned down and pressed play. I froze. I froze, the tape said. I looked at the tape recorder. I wanted to smash it. I looked at the tape recorder. I wanted to smash it, the voice continued. But I knew that if I did, the script would end. And if the script ended, the rope would pull me all the way through. I looked up at the man on the summit. He had stopped winding. He was looking down at me. He raised a hand in a slow, mocking wave. He wasn't a man. He was a mannequin, dressed in my clothes, its face a smooth, featureless surface of polished wood. The orange line in my arm turned white. The cold began to spread. I looked at the tape recorder one last time. Chapter 1, the voice whispered, the anchor. The rope inside my heart gave a violent, final yank. The world went gray. The sensation of being reeled in was not a physical pull against my weight, but a structural one. It felt as though my skeleton were being used as a bobbin, the orange filament winding around my ribs, cinching my lungs, and lacing through the gaps in my vertebrae. Every time the wooden figure on the summit turned the phantom crank, my body surged upward in a spasmodic, puppet-like climb. My fingers found holds I hadn't seen. My boots smeared against slick, vertical glass that should have sent me screaming into the abyss. I was a passenger in my own skin, watching my hands, raw, bleeding, and translucent, perform the high-stakes choreography of a master alpinist. The ghost hitch was no longer just a knot I had invented in a lonely Vermont cabin. It was the geometry of my current existence. I could feel the tuck and the fold of the hitch behind my left eye, a pressure that pulsed in time with the mannequin's movements above. The transition from the granite face to the next section of the climb was seamless and impossible. The Eiger should have been crumbling limestone and treacherous rotten rock, but as I ascended, the texture changed. The stone under my fingertips began to feel like cold, pressurized salt. It tasted of brine in the air. The gray light of the mountain was being replaced by a sickly, flickering amber, as if a giant, dying light bulb were suspended somewhere in the stratosphere. I reached a wide, flat terrace that shouldn't have existed. It was paved with hexagonal linoleum tiles, the kind you'd find in a 1970s hospital wing. They were cracked, with tufts of dry, yellowed mountain grass poking through the grout. My legs, moved by the internal tether, walked me toward the center of the terrace. There, sitting on a folding metal chair, was my mother. She looked exactly as she had the day she left, wearing a heavy wool cardigan despite the biting cold, her hair pinned back with a functional plastic clip. She was knitting. The yarn was neon orange, 9.8 in thick, with a black tracer. "You always were a fast climber, Elias," she said, not looking up. The click-clack of her needles sounded like a telegraph sending a message into the stone. But you never learned how to down-climb. You only ever knew how to go up. I tried to speak, but my vocal cords felt like they were made of frayed nylon. I managed a raspy, "Where am I?" "You're in the slack," she said, finally looking at me. Her eyes weren't eyes, they were silver carabiners locked shut, the space between the fall and the impact. It's a very long space for people like us. We have a tendency to stretch the moment. She reached out and snipped the orange yarn with a pair of surgical scissors. The moment the blades met the cord, a wave of vertigo hit me so hard I fell to my knees on the linoleum. The internal rope in my chest went limp. For a second, I was back in control. I scrambled away from her, toward the edge of the terrace, but the edge didn't lead back to the Eiger. I looked over the brink. Below me wasn't 3,000 feet of air. It was a vertical filing cabinet, miles high, its drawers pulled out at random intervals to create a jagged, metallic staircase. Thousands of folders fluttered in the wind like the wings of dying birds. "Don't look down," my mother's voice drifted over the tiles. "The paperwork is a nightmare." The tug returned, sharper now. It pulled me toward the filing cabinets. My hands reached out, gripping the cold steel handles of a drawer labeled 1994, fractures. I began to descend. This wasn't a climb, it was a retrieval. I moved through the archives of my own gravity. Every drawer I passed emitted a sound, the snap of a bone, the hiss of a sliding rope, the grunt of a heavy pack being lifted. The air grew warmer, thick with the smell of dust and old adhesive. I saw a drawer halfway open, overflowing with Polaroid photos. As I swung past it, I caught a glimpse of one. It was me, aged 10, standing at the base of a climbing wall, looking up with an expression of pure, unadulterated terror. The orange line under my skin was glowing now, a bright, radioactive amber. It was vibrating at a frequency that made my teeth ache. "Elias," a voice whispered from inside the steel wall. I stopped, my boots wedged into the lip of a drawer labeled unsent letters. "Who's there?" I shouted. The drawer slid open further, nearly knocking me off. Inside, there was no paper. There was only a telephone, an old rotary model, black and heavy. It was ringing. The internal rope forced my hand down. It forced my fingers to lift the receiver. "Hello," I said. The rope was already tied, the voice on the other end said. It was the voice of the man I had seen on the summit, the wooden version of myself. "You think you're ascending, but you're just being wound back onto the spool. Every move you make is just a recreation of a move you've already made. You're a recording, Elias, a high-fidelity loop." "I'm real," I spat, though I could see my reflection in the polished steel of the cabinet. My face was beginning to lose its definition, the features smoothing out like sanded oak. "I'm climbing the Eiger. I'm soloing the north face." "You're in a basement in Vermont," the voice said. "It's February. The heater broke 3 days ago. You're sitting in the dark, practicing your knots. You've been tying the ghost hitch for 72 hours straight. You haven't slept. You haven't eaten. You're so dehydrated your brain is beginning to fold in on itself." I looked at my hands. They were wood, polished, grain-heavy wood. "No," I whispered. "Look at the rope, Elias. Follow it back." I looked at the orange line. It didn't go up to the summit anymore. It went through the receiver of the phone, into the cord, and disappeared into the filing cabinet. I pulled with everything I had, trying to rip the cord out of the wall. The filing cabinets began to shake. The hexagonal tiles above me shattered. The sky, the amber light bulb, flickered and died. In the sudden dark, I felt the wind again, but it wasn't the wind of the mountain. It was the dry, forced air of a ventilation system. I wasn't on the Eiger. I wasn't on the filing cabinets. I was standing in a corridor. The walls were painted a dull, institutional beige. The floor was covered in that same gray carpet I had seen from the ledge. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, one of them flickering with a rhythmic click-buzz, click-buzz. I was still wearing my climbing shoes. My chalk bag was still at my waist, but the orange rope was tied to a door handle at the end of the hallway. I walked toward it, my rubber soles squeaking on the carpet. The sound was deafening in the silence. As I approached the door, I saw a small plastic sign mounted to the wall. Ward 4, repetitive trauma. I reached for the door handle. The ghost hitch was there, wrapped around the brass lever. It was beautiful. It was perfect. It was the only thing in the world that made sense. I untied it. The moment the knot fell apart, the hallway vanished. I was back on the Igers. The cold hit me like a physical blow. I was hanging by one hand from a narrow crimp 3,000 feet up. My other hand was holding nothing, no rope, no phone, no wood. The sun was setting for real this time, casting a deep, bloody red across the horizon. My muscles were screaming. My lungs were burning. Lilias. I looked up. A real person was looking down at me from the devil's shelf. A climber in a blue jacket, his face etched with concern. He was anchored in, a rope coiled at his feet. Jesus, man, you looked like you were in a trance, he said, reaching down. I've been yelling at you for 5 minutes. You were just standing there on that flake, staring at your own hand. I looked at my hand. It was flesh. It was scarred. It was shaking. I took his hand. He hauled me up onto the ledge. I sat there, gasping, the climber's high finally hitting me, but it was tainted. It was sour. You okay? He asked, handing me a water bottle. Soloing this face. It does things to the head. The third man syndrome. You start seeing things. Yeah, I coughed, drinking the water. It tasted like metal and snow. Yeah, I got a bit lost in the movement. I looked around the ledge. It was empty. No bolts, no diagrams, just rock and bird droppings. I'm Sarah, the climber said, sitting back. I'm waiting for my partner. He's trailing the haul bag. I nodded, unable to speak. I looked at her gear. She had a standard rack, D-shaped carabiners, cams, nuts, and a rope. A 9.8 dynamic line, neon orange with a black tracer. Nice rope, I managed to say. Thanks, she said, smiling. Found it in a bargain bin in Vermont. Some guy was selling off his whole inventory. Said he didn't need it where he was going. She began to flake the rope out, preparing for her partner's arrival. I watched her hands. She was fast, efficient. She reached the end of the line and began to tie an anchor knot. She didn't tie a figure eight. She didn't tie a bowline. Her fingers moved with a strange, mechanical fluidness. She tucked the strand under the primary loop. She pulled it through. She tightened it with a rhythmic 3-step snap. The ghost hitch. I looked at her face. She wasn't looking at the knot. She was looking at me. Her eyes were wide, the pupils blown out until there was no color left. Down the hole the rabbit goes, she whispered. Behind her the mountain didn't just go silent. It ceased to be. The rock face turned into a flat, painted backdrop. The sky became a ceiling of acoustic tiles. I looked down at my own chest. The orange line was back, but it wasn't under my skin anymore. It was coming out of my mouth. I tried to reach for my knife, but I remembered I didn't have one. I had never had one. The partner, Sarah, was waiting for finally pulled himself over the lip of the ledge. It was me. He was wearing the same clothes, the same chalk bag, the same expression of exhaustion. He looked at me, and then he looked at Sarah. Is he ready? The other Elias asked. Sarah nodded, tightening the ghost hitch on the anchor. He's ready. He just needed to finish the chapter. The other me walked over and sat down next to me. He smelled like old paper and stale coffee. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, battery-operated tape recorder. He pressed record. The air at 4,000 feet doesn't smell like nothing, he said into the microphone. It smells like pulverized granite and the frozen, metallic scent of coming snow. I tried to move, but I was tethered to the anchor. I was part of the gear now. I was the backup. I was the redundant system. Part two, the other me said, looking directly into my eyes, the tension. He reached out and turned a dial on my chest. The world began to wind. I felt myself being pulled flat, my dimensions collapsing. I wasn't a man anymore. I was a diagram. I was a set of instructions. I was a 9.8 line with a black tracer being coiled neatly into a haul bag. As the zipper closed, plunging me into darkness, the last thing I heard was the sound of boots on granite. Beautiful day for it, Sarah said. Perfect, the other me replied. Let's see how high we can get before the lights go out. The bag jolted as it was lifted. I felt the rhythm of the climb, the puffing breath, the scraping rubber, the humming muscles. I was exactly where I was supposed to be. I was in the bag. And the bag was being carried by a man who didn't know he was made of wood. The rope inside me tightened. Thump, thump, thump. The mountain was waiting, but the mountain was only the first page. The darkness inside the haul bag was not absolute. It was a textured, synthetic gloom smelling of old sweat and the chemical tang of waterproof coating. I was folded in a way that defied the arrangement of human joints, my spine pressed against the cold metal of a set of camming devices, my cheek resting against the jagged teeth of an ice screw. I should have been screaming, my lungs collapsing under the weight of the gear piled on top of me, but I didn't have lungs anymore. I had fibers, I had a core and a sheath. I was a braided soul, 70 meters of high-tensile potential, waiting to be flaked out. I could feel the rhythmic swaying of the bag. Every jolt sent a vibration through my length. I felt the Elias who was carrying me, the one who thought he was flesh, stumble slightly as he navigated a traverse. I felt the tension in the hauling line as Sarah pulled me upward, the mechanical advantage of the pulley system translating into a slow, agonizing stretch of my entire being. Heavy today, Sarah's voice drifted through the fabric, muffled and distant, as if she were speaking from the other side of a frozen lake. The mountain gets heavier the higher you go, the other Elias replied. His voice was a perfect mimicry of my own, but it lacked the jagged edges of fear. It was too smooth, a recording played back at the perfect speed. Gravity isn't a constant. It's a variable based on how much you remember. The bag hit a ledge with a dull thud. The zipper groaned, a metallic rasp that sounded like teeth baring, and then light flooded in. It wasn't the sun. It was the harsh, clinical glare of an overhead surgical lamp. A hand reached in. It was a hand I recognized, calloused, with a scar across the knuckle of the index finger from a botched belay in the Tetons. My hand. He gripped me, his fingers sinking into my orange sheath, and hauled me out. I wasn't in a bag on the Eiger. I was being uncoiled onto a stainless steel table in a room that had no corners. The walls curved into the ceiling, and the ceiling curved into the floor, creating a seamless white void. There were no doors. There were only the filing cabinets, hundreds of them, embedded into the white curve like the scales of a prehistoric fish. The other Elias began to flake me out. He did it with a professional's touch, ensuring there were no kinks, no bird nests in the line. As he ran his hands down my length, I felt every sensation. I felt the dryness of his skin, the salt of his perspiration, and the terrifying void where his pulse should have been. "You're a bit stiff," he muttered, coiling me into a neat pile on the cold steel. "Too much memory in the fibers. You need to let go of the Vermont cabin. You need to let go of the nosebleed." "I can't," I tried to say. The words didn't come out as sound. They came out as a ripple in the rope, a slight shudder that traveled from the steel table to his hands. He paused, looking down at the coil. He leaned in close, his face a foot away from mine, or what used to be mine. His eyes were flat, like two unexposed frames of 35 film. "The problem with the ghost hitch," he whispered, "is that it's a knot designed to hold nothing to nothing. It's a vacuum in the shape of a hitch, and once you tie it, the vacuum starts to pull. It pulls the room in. It pulls the mountain in. Eventually, it pulls the man in." He picked up my end, the working end. He began to tie. He didn't look at what he was doing. He looked at the wall of filing cabinets. "Chapter 3, he said, "The Fall." He walked to the edge of the steel table. Beyond the table, the white void dropped away into a vertical shaft. It wasn't air. It was a column of falling paper. Millions of pages, white and fluttering, cascading down in a silent paper avalanche. He looped me around a heavy brass ring bolted to the table's edge. He tied the ghost hitch. I felt the tuck, the fold, and the final, violent cinch. The knot was so tight it felt like a migraine behind my eyes. Then he stepped off the ledge. The sensation of the fall was not a drop. It was a sudden, violent expansion. As he fell, I was pulled through the brass ring. The friction burned. I could feel the heat melting my synthetic fibers, the smell of scorched nylon filling the void. I was being paid out at a terminal velocity, a blur of orange against the white paper storm. He wasn't screaming, he was reading. As he fell through the blizzard of paper, he would reach out and snatch a page from the air. October 12th, he shouted over the roar of the friction. "You forgot to turn off the stove." The smell of gas was the first hint that the world was becoming porous. He let the page go and grabbed another. June 4th, you looked at your father's funeral and realized the casket was too light. You realized they had filled it with packing peanuts and old climbing magazines. I was running out. I could feel my tail end approaching the brass ring. If he didn't stop, if the knot didn't hold, we would both vanish into the paper floor miles below. The knot hit the ring. The jolt was cataclysmic. In the world of the mountain, a fall like that would have snapped a spine or sheared a bolt. In this world, it simply inverted the reality. The white void shattered. I was no longer the rope. I was the man at the end of it. I was dangling in midair, spinning slowly. The rope, the real, physical orange rope, was taut above me, disappearing into a hole in a ceiling of dark, heavy clouds. Below me, the Eiger had returned, but it was wrong. It was upside down. The summit was a jagged tooth pointing toward a dark abyss, and the base of the mountain was lost in a ceiling of mist. I was hanging over the sky. "Lilias." The voice came from below. I looked down, my neck craning. Sarah was there, but she wasn't climbing. She was standing on the underside of a ledge, her boots glued to the granite as if gravity had simply decided to ignore her. She was holding a tray. On the tray was a single, steaming cup of coffee and a pair of surgical scissors. "You're late for the briefing," she said. Her voice was perfectly normal, the voice of a coworker in a dull office. I'm hanging," I gasped. The harness was cutting into my thighs, the pressure real and agonizing. You're not hanging, she corrected, stepping off the ledge and walking toward me through the air. Her footsteps made a soft thud-thud sound on the nothingness. You're tethered. There's a difference. A tether is a choice. A hanging is a consequence. She reached me and held out the coffee. I took it, my hands shaking. The ceramic was warm. The steam smelled like pulverized granite. "Where is he?" I asked, looking up at the rope. The other one, the one who was me. "He's upstairs," she said, nodding toward the hole in the clouds. "He's writing the next part. He's a bit stuck on the ending. He can't decide if you survive the storm or if you become the storm." "I want to go down," I said. "There is no down, Elias. Look at the mountain." I looked. The Eiger was beginning to dissolve. The rock wasn't falling away, it was being erased. Huge, rectangular sections of the north face were vanishing, revealing a structure underneath. It was a skeleton of wood and wire, a massive, mountain-sized armature, like the inside of a parade float. I could see the giant gears turning, the wooden pulleys groaning as they moved the clouds on tracks of rusted iron. The exit cracks, the Hinterstoicer traverse, the white spider, they were all just painted plywood and plaster. "The Eiger is a prop," Sarah said, sipping her own coffee. "It's a very expensive prop, designed to test the tensile strength of a human soul. And you, Elias, have a very high rating. Most people snap at the filing cabinets. You made it all the way to the inversion." "Why?" I whispered. "Because you tied the knot. You didn't just tie it, you invented it. You gave the vacuum a shape. And now the vacuum wants to see what else you can make." She reached out with the surgical scissors. "Wait," I screamed. "Don't worry," she said, her eyes turning back into silver carabiners. "This is just the transition. You can't get to the summit until you learn how to fall without a rope." She snipped the orange line. The snap was the loudest thing I had ever heard. It wasn't the sound of a rope breaking. It was the sound of a violin string snapping under the weight of a planet. I didn't fall. The world fell away from me. The Eiger, the wooden armature, the clouds, Sarah, the tray of coffee, they all accelerated downward, shrinking into a tiny point of light and then vanishing. I was left in the absolute dark. I wasn't moving, I wasn't still, I was simply there. Then the humming began. It was the mountain hum, but louder now, a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to be coming from my own marrow. Down the hole the rabbit goes. A light flickered on. I was sitting in a chair, a wooden folding chair. In front of me was a desk, a heavy oak desk covered in a thin layer of dust. On the desk was a typewriter, an old manual Remington, its keys stained with something dark and dried. I looked at my hands, they were flesh again, but there was a thin orange line running from my palm, up my forearm, and disappearing under the sleeve of my heavy wool sweater. I looked at the paper in the typewriter. It was a script. The title at the top of the page was "The Rope That Was Already Tied." I looked at the last line typed on the page. It read. I felt a cold sweat break out across my forehead. I reached for the carriage return, my fingers moving with a mechanical rhythm I didn't authorize. I typed, I looked around the room. My head jerked to the left. The room was the basement of the Vermont cabin. It was cold. so cold my breath came out in thick white plumes. In the corner, the heater sat dead and rusted. On the floor, hundreds of feet of orange rope were coiled and tangled, snaking across the floor like a nest of neon vipers. The walls were covered in diagrams, hundreds of them, drawings of knots that shouldn't work, geometries of silk and nylon that defied physics. And in the center of the room, hanging from a hook in the ceiling, was the mannequin. It was dressed in my climbing gear. Its face was a smooth, featureless surface of polished wood. It was holding a spool of orange nylon. I looked back at the typewriter. The mannequin turned its head. I typed. Across the room, the wooden neck of the figure creaked. The smooth, featureless face rotated 60 degrees until it was staring directly at me. It spoke, I typed. The mannequin didn't open a mouth. It didn't have one. Instead, the sound came from the tape recorder sitting on the desk next to my typewriter. The reels began to turn. You're doing very well, Elias, the tape said. It was my voice. The pacing is excellent. The imagery of the filing cabinets was a nice touch. A bit heavy-handed with the mother figure, but we can fix that in the edit. Who are you? I asked the room. I'm the one who tied the knot, the tape said, and you're the one who's untying it, one letter at a time. I reached for the typewriter, intending to rip the paper out, but my hands wouldn't obey. They stayed hovered over the keys, trembling. I began to type the truth. My fingers moved. The truth is that there is no Iger. There is no Sarah. There is only the rope. The rope is the only thing that is real. It started in the womb, the first cord. It ends in the grave, the last hitch. Everything in between is just us trying to find a way to climb the length of our own lives without looking at the spool. I felt a sharp pain in my chest. I pulled back my sweater. The orange line wasn't just a line anymore. It was a seam. The skin was beginning to part. Underneath, I could see the glow, a bright, radioactive amber. I wasn't made of wood. I wasn't made of fiber. I was made of light, and the rope was the only thing keeping the light from spilling out. I reached for the ghost hitch. I typed. I looked at the orange rope on the floor. One end was tied to the leg of the desk. The other end went up through the air and disappeared into the mannequin's chest. I stood up. My legs felt like lead. I walked toward the rope. The mannequin began to wind the spool. I was pulled forward, not by my skin, but by the seam in my chest. Don't do it, Elias, the tape recorder whispered. If you untie it, the story ends, and you know what happens when the story ends. I don't care, I said, my voice cracking. I want to be real, even if it's just for a second. I want to feel the cold without it being a metaphor. I reached the rope. I knelt on the cold concrete floor. The knot was there, the ghost hitch. It was pulsing, vibrating with a low, mournful hum. I put my fingers on the first loop. The basement walls began to flicker. For a split second, I saw the north face of the Eiger. I saw the stars above the summit. I felt a gust of real, freezing wind. Then it was the basement again. Then it was the filing cabinets. Then it was a hospital room with a heart monitor beeping in a steady, rhythmic thump, thump, thump. I pulled the first strand. The mannequin let out a long, wooden groan. The spool in its hands shattered, orange nylon spraying across the room like shrapnel. I pulled the second strand. The light in my chest flared, blindingly bright. I could see the bones of my hands, the veins in my arms, the very structure of my reality turning translucent. Chapter 4, the tape recorder said, its voice slowing down, warping into a deep, guttural growl. The anchor, failure. I reached for the final tuck, the heart of the hitch. As my fingers closed around the cord, the world went silent. The humming stopped, the flickering stopped. I wasn't in the basement. I wasn't on the mountain. I was standing on a vast, flat plain of salt, under a sky of permanent twilight. There was no one there, no mannequins, no mothers, no Sarah. Just me. And the rope. The orange line ran from my chest, across the salt, and disappeared into the horizon in both directions. I looked down at my hands. They were covered in blood. I looked at the rope. It wasn't a rope. It was a trail of red footprints leading away into the dark. I started to walk. I didn't have a choice. The rope was already tied, and I was the knot. The salt crunched under my boots with a sound like breaking glass, a repetitive, crystalline snap that filled the vacuum of the twilight. Each step felt heavier than the last, not because of gravity, but because of the resistance of the line. The red footprints, the rope that had transubstantiated into my own history, stretched toward a horizon that refused to get any closer. There were no mountains here to provide a sense of scale, no filing cabinets to categorize the trauma. There was only the horizontal infinity of the salt and the vertical silence of the sky. I looked back. My own trail of red steps didn't fade into the distance. They were being pulled taut. The line wasn't just a path I had walked, it was a winch. Something at the far end of the horizon was taking up the slack, reeling me in toward a beginning I hadn't yet reached. Or perhaps it was reeling me toward an end I had already passed. In this place, the direction of the pull was the only compass I had. Keep walking, Elias, a voice said. It didn't come from a tape recorder or a mannequin this time. It came from the salt beneath my feet. It was 1,000 voices, a choir of friction. The tension is the only thing keeping you from dissolving. I stopped the moment my boots stayed still. The red line vibrated. A low, subsonic hum traveled through the salt, up into my legs, and settled in the hollow of my chest where the orange seam still glowed. The pain was exquisite, a sharp, cold needle of reality stitching itself into my nerves. I'm tired of the metaphor, I shouted into the gray expanse. I want the rock. I want the cold. I want the fear that actually kills you, not the fear that just keeps you talking. The sky flickered. For a heartbeat, the twilight was replaced by a blinding flash of silver, a carabiner clicking shut. The sound was deafening, a thunderclap of steel on steel. Then the salt was back, but it was different. It was shifting. The flat plain began to tilt. The horizon rose up like a closing lid, and the salt started to slide. I lost my footing, falling onto my hands and knees. The red footprints beneath me weren't stains anymore. They were protruding from the ground, thick cords of braided muscle and nylon, pulsing with a rhythmic internal light. I grabbed onto one, my fingers sinking into the wet, fibrous texture. It wasn't a rope, it was a vein. The entire landscape was an organism, a vast, flayed entity of salt and sinew, and I was a parasite clinging to its skin. The tilt increased until the horizontal became vertical. The salt plain had become a wall. I was back on the Eiger, but it wasn't the plywood Eiger of the basement, and it wasn't the inverted Eiger of the void. This was the Eiger of the mind, a cliff face made entirely of frozen memories, where the handholds were the faces of people I had disappointed, and the pitons were the sharp, jagged edges of my own regrets. I looked up, high above, silhouetted against a sky that was now a bruised purple, was a figure. It was Sarah, but she was enormous, a titan leaning over the edge of the world. She wasn't holding coffee or scissors. She was holding a belay device the size of a ship's anchor. On belay, she roared. The sound vibrated through the rock, shaking the very marrow of my bones. Belay on, I screamed back, the words torn from my throat by a wind that tasted of copper and ozone. I began to climb. There was no gear now, no harness, no metal. There was only the orange seam in my chest and the red line connecting me to the world below. I jammed my fingers into a crack that felt like a cold, wet mouth. I pulled myself up, my muscles screaming in a language of lactic acid and fire. Every move was a confession. I reached a ledge that was nothing more than a shelf of calcified letters. I looked at the text beneath my fingers. It was a grocery list from 3 years ago. Milk, bread, eggs, don't forget to call him. I had forgotten to call him. My father had died 2 days later, and the unmade phone call had become a permanent kink in my rope, a knot that no amount of flaking could ever smooth out. I gripped the ledge and hauled myself up. The rock groaned. "You're carrying too much," the Titan Sarah shouted from above. Her voice was the wind, the cracking ice, the shifting tectonic plates. "Drop the weight, Elias. Drop the script." I looked down. Tethered to my waist by a thin, translucent cord was the typewriter. It was dangling in the abyss, its keys clattering frantically as the wind caught them. It was still typing. I could see the ribbon whirring, the hammer striking the paper with a relentless, mechanical precision. Elias looked down at the typewriter. It typed. He realized that as long as the machine kept moving, he was immortal. But as long as he was immortal, he could never reach the top. I reached for the cord. My fingers brushed the knot, a simple overhand, the most basic of tethers. It would be so easy to undo. One flick of the wrist and the Remington would plunge into the dark, taking the script, the mannequins, and the basement with it. But I hesitated. If I dropped the machine, who would tell me what happened next? If I wasn't the protagonist of a story, was I anything at all? The rock beneath me shuddered. A crack opened up, bisecting the grocery list. The ledge began to crumble. "Elias." It wasn't Sarah's voice this time. It was a voice from the filing cabinets. It was the voice of the man who didn't know he was made of wood. I looked to my left. Another climber was there, moving with a fluid, terrifying grace. He was wearing my old red jacket, the one I'd lost in the Cascades. His face was a mirror, literally a sheet of polished glass where his features should be. In the reflection, I saw myself, a haggard, desperate man with orange light leaking from his eyes. "The ghost hitch doesn't hold the vacuum," the mirror Elias said, his voice echoing inside my own skull. "The ghost hitch is the vacuum. You didn't tie the rope to the mountain. You tied the mountain to your heart, and the mountain is very, very heavy." He reached out a hand. His fingers were long and tapering, ending in points of sharpened flint. "Give me the end of the line," he said. "I'll take the weight. I'll be the one who stays in the bag. You can go up. You can be the light." I looked at his glass face. I saw the temptation to be free of the narrative, to let someone else carry the burden of the eye, to simply be a sequence of movements, a flow of rubber on stone, without the weight of the why. I reached out my hand to meet his. As our fingers touched, the glass of his face shattered. The shards didn't fall. They stayed suspended in the air, thousands of tiny mirrors, each reflecting a different second of my life. I saw myself at 5, tying my shoelaces for the first time. I saw myself at 20, staring at a map of the Alps with a hunger that felt like a hole in my stomach. I saw myself in the basement, typing the words. I was exactly where I was supposed to be. The Mararelias wasn't a savior. He was a distraction. No, I whispered. I pulled my hand back and grabbed the cord to the typewriter. I didn't untie the knot. I wrapped the cord around my hand, pulling the heavy machine up until it rested against my thigh. I hugged it to me like a child. I am the story, I said, and the story is heavy. That's how I know it's real. The shards of glass screamed and vanished. The Mirarelias dissolved into a cloud of black ink that stained the rock before being washed away by a sudden, violent deluge of rain. The rain wasn't water. It was gray, viscous, and smelled of wood pulp. It was liquid paper. It coated the mountain, making the hold slippery and treacherous. I felt myself sliding. My boots lost their friction. My fingers began to cramp. "Zara," I screamed. The Titan above didn't answer. She was fading, her form blurring into the purple sky. The belay device was glowing now, a white-hot circle of light that was the only thing left in the universe. I slammed a hand into a pocket in the rock. My fingers closed around something cold and hard, an ice screw. It was already placed, driven deep into the heart of a memory of a winter in Chamonix. I clipped into it with a frantic, shaking hand. I hung there, dangling from a single point of failure, the liquid paper rain blinding me. The typewriter against my leg began to smoke. The keys were moving so fast they were becoming a blur. The ice screw began to back out, the machine typed. The metal groaned against the frozen regret. Elias felt the vibration of the failure. He knew he had 5 seconds. 4, 3. "Shut up," I yelled at the machine. I reached into the pocket of my jacket. My fingers found a roll of climbing tape. It was orange. I didn't try to fix the screw. I didn't try to find a better hold. I took the tape and I began to wrap it around my own chest over the glowing seam. I wrapped it tight, mummifying my torso, binding the light inside the cage of my ribs. As I bound myself, the mountain changed again. The liquid paper rain froze instantly, turning the cliff into a glass cathedral. The wind died down to a whisper. The silence was so absolute I could hear the clicking of the typewriter's internal gears. I looked at the ice screw. It was solid. It wasn't backing out. The machine had lied. Or rather, the machine had predicted a future that I had refused to inhabit. I looked up. The Titan Sarah was gone. In her place was a simple, wooden door, standing alone on a ledge of pure white snow. It wasn't a door to a cabin or a basement. It was a door to a room that hadn't been built yet. I unclipped from the screw. I began the final traverse. The rock was no longer made of letters or memories. It was just rock, granite, cold, indifferent, and beautiful. I moved with a precision I hadn't felt since the first page. My breath was a steady rhythm. My heart was a quiet drum. I reached the ledge. I stood up, the snow crunching under my boots, real snow this time, cold and wet. I looked at the typewriter. It had stopped. The paper was blank. I reached for the handle of the wooden door. "Wait," a voice said. I turned. It was the man made of wood, the mannequin from the basement. He was sitting on a rock, his smooth, featureless head tilted to the side. He was holding the other end of the orange rope. "You can't go through there with that," he said, pointing to the typewriter. "I'm not leaving it," I said. "Then you can't open the door. The door only opens for those who have finished the script, and you're still carrying the ink." "The script isn't finished," I said. "It's just changing." The mannequin stood up. He walked toward me, his wooden joints clicking. He reached out and touched the orange tape on my chest. "You've tied yourself together, Elias, but a knot is just a temporary solution to a permanent problem. Eventually, the rope rots. Eventually, the light wins." "Not today," I said. I turned back to the door. I didn't use the handle. I put my shoulder against the wood and pushed. The door didn't lead to a room. It led to a fall. But this time there was no rope, there was no filing cabinet, there was no paper storm. There was only the air. I plummeted through the clouds, the typewriter clutched to my chest. The wind roared in my ears, a symphony of white noise. I looked down and saw the valley. I saw the green of the trees, the silver thread of a river, the tiny, flickering lights of a town. I saw the cabin. I wasn't falling toward the mountain. I was falling toward the roof of the house where it all began. I closed my eyes. I felt the orange seam in my chest begin to burn through the tape. I felt the light expanding, threatening to shatter the cage of my ribs. I am the rope, I thought. I am the knot. I am the fall. I hit the roof. The sound wasn't a crash. It was a soft, muffled thump. I opened my eyes. I was lying on the floor of the basement. The typewriter was in front of me. Its carriage returned to the starting position. The orange rope was coiled neatly in the corner, looking like nothing more than 70 meters of high-tensile nylon. The heater was humming, a soft, comforting sound. I looked at my hands. They were steady, no blood, no glass. I reached up and touched my chest. The wool of my sweater was intact. There was no seam, no light. I stood up, my joints aching with the ghost of a climb that might never have happened. I walked over to the typewriter and looked at the page. It was part 4. The last line on the page read. He looked at the door and realized it was already open. I looked up. The basement door was ajar. A sliver of warm, yellow light from the kitchen was spilling down the stairs. "Elias." It was Sarah's voice, not a titan, not a ghost, just Sarah. "The coffee's ready," she called, "and your agent called. He wants to know if you've finished the chapter about the Eiger." I looked at the orange rope in the corner. For a second, just a flicker, I saw it move. I saw the end of it twitch like the tail of a sleeping predator. I looked back at the typewriter. I sat down. I reached for the keys. I looked at the last line typed on the page. I typed. Then I stopped. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a small, jagged piece of granite. It was cold. It was real. I set it on the desk next to the machine. "Coming," I called out. But as I stood up to leave, I felt a slight tug on my ankle. I looked down. A single strand of orange nylon was looped around my boot, a simple hitch. I didn't untie it. I walked up the stairs, dragging the rope behind me into the light. The stairs felt longer than they should have, each wooden riser groaning under a weight that didn't belong to my body. The orange cord snaked behind me, a silent neon umbilical cord dragging across the dusty concrete of the cellar floor and then slapping rhythmic and wet against the wood of the staircase. I didn't look back. I knew that if I looked back, the basement wouldn't be a basement anymore. It would be a mouth. It would be the salt plain. It would be the place where the mannequins waited for their turn to speak. I stepped into the kitchen. The transition was violent in its mundanity. The air smelled of roasted beans and the faint, sharp tang of lemon detergent. The yellow light of the overhead fixture was so bright it felt like a physical pressure against my retinas, a stark contrast to the bruised purples and grays of the mountain mine I had just vacated. Sarah was standing by the counter, her back to me. She was wearing a thick, oversized sweater, her hair pulled up in a messy knot that looked dangerously like a bawline. She didn't turn around immediately. She was pouring water into the French press, the steam rising in a lazy, domestic plume. "You were down there a long time, Elias," she said. Her voice was steady, but there was a vibration in it, a frequency that matched the hum of the typewriter's motor. The silence was getting loud. I stood in the doorway, my hand still gripping the doorframe. I could feel the orange rope tugging at my ankle. It was taut now, stretching back down into the darkness of the stairs. Whatever was on the other end, the typewriter, the mannequin, the mountain, it wasn't ready to let me go into the light. "I was finishing the chapter," I said. My voice sounded like gravel grinding in a tin cup. I cleared my throat, trying to find the timbre of a man who hadn't just fallen through his own sternum. The Eiger. I think I got the ending. Sarah turned then. She held two mugs, both chipped at the rim, steam curling around her fingers. She looked at me, her eyes searching my face with a clinical intensity that made me want to shield the orange light I knew was still simmering beneath my skin. "You look like you saw a ghost," she whispered. "I saw a hitch," I replied. She walked toward me, the mugs clinking softly. As she crossed the linoleum, she stepped right over the orange rope. She didn't trip, she didn't even see it. To her, the floor was clear. To her, the world was made of things you could touch and things you could ignore. "The agent was insistent," she said, setting the coffee down on the small kitchen table. "He said the publishers are worried the book is becoming too abstract. They want more of the technical stuff, the gear, the cold. They want the real Eiger, not the one in your head." I sat down, the rope coiled around my leg like a serpent. I could feel the tension increasing. Something was pulling back. Downstairs in the dark, the typewriter gave a single sharp ding. "There is no real Eiger," I said, staring into the dark whirlpool of my coffee. "There's only the way the mountain remembers you, and it has a very long memory." Sarah sat opposite me, wrapping her hands around her mug. "Elias, we talked about this. The doctor said the dissociation would peak during the writing process. It's the trauma surfacing. The rope, the basement, it's just a framework for the grief." I looked at her, and for a second her face flickered. The skin seemed to turn to polished glass, reflecting the kitchen light, then back to flesh and bone. The orange cord gave a sharp jerk, nearly pulling my foot out from under the table. I clamped my teeth together to keep from crying out. "Is it?" I asked. "If it's just a framework, why does my chest smell like ozone? Why can I still feel the salt in my lungs?" She reached across the table and took my hand. Her skin was warm, terrifyingly warm. "Because you're a good writer, you're living in the scene. But the scene has to end, Elias. You have to come back to the house." I looked down at our joined hands. Between her thumb and mine, a thin, orange fiber was beginning to weave itself into the pores of our skin. It was stitching us together. The rope wasn't just my history anymore, it was colonizing my present. "I can't come back," I whispered. "I'm still on belay." The kitchen window rattled. There was no wind outside, only the stillness of a winter evening, but the glass shivered in its frame. Outside, the trees were black skeletons against a sky that was starting to turn that familiar, bruised purple. "Drink your coffee," Sarah said, her voice dropping an octave, becoming smoother, more resonant. "The anchor failure hasn't happened yet. You're still in chapter 5. I froze. "How do you know the chapter title?" She smiled, and it was a mannequin's smile, perfect, symmetrical, and entirely devoid of heat. "I read the ribbon while you were sleeping, Elias. Or maybe I wrote it. Does it matter who holds the pen when the ink is all the same color?" The tug on my ankle became a violent wrench. I was pulled off the chair, my mug shattering on the floor, brown liquid spreading like a map of a drowned continent. I hit the linoleum hard, but I didn't feel the impact. I felt the descent. The kitchen floor began to liquefy. The linoleum turned to gray slush, then to white salt. The yellow light of the kitchen stretched and warped into the permanent twilight of the plain. "Sarah," I reached out, but she wasn't Sarah anymore. She was standing over me, her figure growing taller, her sweater unraveling into 1,000 orange strands that drifted upward into the sky. Her eyes were two silver carabiners, locked and cold. "The rope is already tied, Elias," she said, her voice a chorus of breaking glass. "You can't go through the door until you realize the door is you." I was being dragged backward toward the basement door, which was now a vertical abyss in the middle of the salt. I clawed at the ground, my fingernails tearing against the crystalline surface, but there was no purchase. The winch in the dark was relentless. The typewriter was waiting at the bottom of the stairs, but the stairs were now a spiral of filing cabinets, their drawers hanging open like tongues. Each drawer was filled with orange nylon, miles and miles of it, pulsing with the rhythm of a failing heart. I tumbled into the dark. I didn't hit the bottom. I landed on a ledge of frozen paper. I was back on the mountain, but the scale had shifted. The cliff face was a vertical wall of manuscript pages, millions of them, fluttering in a wind that screamed with the sound of 1,000 typing hammers. I looked at my chest. The orange tape I had wrapped around myself was glowing so brightly it was translucent. I could see my heart. It wasn't a heart. It was a spool of nylon, spinning at a furious rate, the line feeding out through a hole in my sternum. I was the source. I wasn't being pulled by the rope. I was creating it. Every step I took, every word I thought, I was spinning more of the tether that bound me to the abyss. Chapter 5: The Wind Howled, the Gravity of Syntax. I stood up on the ledge of paper. Below me, the abyss was no longer dark. It was filled with the glow of 1,000,000,000 orange lines, a web that stretched across the entire universe, connecting every peak, every basement, every broken mug and unmade phone call. I saw the other Elias, the mirror Elias, climbing a few yards away. He was higher now. His glass face was gone, replaced by a void that sucked in the light. "You're still holding it," he said, his voice a vibration in the rock. I looked at my hand. I was still clutching the typewriter. It was heavy, a dead weight of iron and ink, but it was the only thing that felt solid in this world of paper and light. "If I let go, I fall," I said. "If you don't let go, you never stop falling," he countered. He reached out and tapped a page on the cliff face. It was a page from my childhood, a drawing of a mountain I'd made when I was 6. For Daddy, it said in the corner. The Mirarelias gripped the drawing and pulled. The entire cliff shuddered. A section of the mountain collapsed, a landslide of memories tumbling into the globe below. It's all structural, he said. The grief is the rebar. The words are the concrete, but you forgot the most important rule of climbing, Elias. What's that? I asked, my fingers cramping around the typewriter's frame. Trust the gear, but never trust the fall. He pushed off the wall. He didn't fall down. He fell up. He soared into the bruised sky, trailing a line of black ink that looked like a crack in reality. I looked down at the typewriter. The keys were moving on their own again. Elias realized that the weight was an illusion. It typed. He realized that the machine wasn't made of iron. It was made of the same light that was leaking from his chest. I looked at the machine. It began to glow. The black enamel turned to orange glass. The keys became glowing embers. The weight didn't vanish, but it changed. It wasn't a burden anymore. It was a counterweight. I wasn't a climber. I was a balance. I stepped off the ledge. I didn't fall. I swung. The orange rope connected to my chest snapped taut, and I became a pendulum, sweeping across the face of the manuscript mountain. I saw the pages flying past, my birth certificate, the deed to the cabin, the transcript of the final call with my father, the grocery list, the rejection letters, the love letters. I swung through the history of my own failures, and with every pass, I reached out and touched the pages. Every time my fingers brushed the paper, the words turned to orange light. I wasn't erasing them, I was transmuting them. The mountain began to dissolve. The vertical wall of paper was melting into a sea of pure energy. The twilight sky was being pushed back by a rising sun that looked like a giant golden spool. On belay, I shouted, but this time the voice was mine. Belay on, the universe answered. I swung higher and higher, the typewriter humming a melody of perfect mathematics. The orange seam in my chest was no longer a wound, it was a lens. I saw the cabin again, but it wasn't on the roof. It was inside the light. I saw Sarah, and she wasn't a titan or a mannequin. She was just a woman standing in a kitchen, waiting for the coffee to brew, her heart connected to mine by a thread so fine it was almost invisible, but so strong it could hold the weight of a world. I realized then what the ghost hitch was. It wasn't a knot you tied to stay. It was a knot you tied to leave. It was the hitch that held nothing, because there was nothing left to hold. I reached the apex of my swing. The typewriter in my hands was now a blinding star. I looked at the horizon, where the salt plain met the sky, and I saw the door. It wasn't a wooden door. It was a gap in the narrative, a space between the words. I didn't push it, I didn't pull it. I just stopped typing. The silence that followed was the loudest sound I had ever heard. It was the sound of the rope finally running out. It was the sound of the spool hitting the floor. I felt the final tug at my chest. The orange seam flared one last time, a supernova of nylon and nerve endings. Then the snap. The rope broke. I wasn't falling, I wasn't climbing, I was just there. I opened my eyes. The kitchen was quiet. The sun was setting through the window, casting long, amber shadows across the linoleum. The broken mug was gone. The floor was dry. Sarah was sitting at the table, her hands wrapped around her coffee. She was looking at me, her expression peaceful, her eyes clear. "You're back," she said. I looked down at my hands. They were resting on the table. My skin was just skin, no light, no seams. I looked at my ankle. There was no rope. "How long was I gone?" I asked. "About 10 minutes," she said. "You just stared at the wall for a bit. I thought you were brainstorming." I took a sip of my coffee. It was cold. "I finished it," I said. "The chapter." "The book," I said. "The rope is already tied, Sarah. There's nothing left to write." She smiled, a real smile, warm and slightly tired. "Good. Then you can help me with the garden tomorrow. The weeds are starting to take over the north side." I nodded. The north side, the Eiger side. "If you say so, Ilias." She stood up and kissed the top of my head. As she walked away, her sweater caught on the corner of the table. A single orange thread pulled loose, trailing behind her like a tiny neon fuse. I watched it go. I stood up and walked to the basement door. I reached out and turned the light switch. The darkness below was just darkness. No mountains, no filing cabinets, no mannequins. I closed the door and locked it. I walked back to the table and picked up the small, jagged piece of granite I had brought back from the fall. I held it in my palm, feeling its cold, indifferent weight. It wasn't a metaphor, it was just a rock. And for the first time in my life, that was enough. I sat down and picked up my pen. I didn't go to the typewriter. I didn't need the machine to tell me what happened next. On the back of a napkin, I wrote a single sentence. The knot held, but the climber let go. I folded the napkin and put it in my pocket. Outside, the first star of the evening appeared. It was orange. I smiled and I went to help Sarah with the dishes. The rope was tied, the anchor was set, and the mountain was finally, mercifully, silent. But as I reached for the sponge, I felt a faint, rhythmic clicking in the back of my skull. Dang! The carriage had returned. Somewhere in a basement I hadn't found yet, the next chapter was already beginning. I didn't look back, I just kept washing. The water was warm, the soap was white, and the world was exactly the size it was supposed to be. Until the next hitch. The rhythmic sloshing of the soapy water should have been an ending. I wanted it to be the final period on a very long, very jagged sentence. But as I stared at the reflection of the kitchen light in a greasy dinner plate, the ding didn't fade. It echoed, not in the air, but in the marrow of my wrist bones. It was the mechanical heartbeat of a story that refused to be euthanized. Elia's Sarah was drying a glass, her movements fluid and rhythmic. You're doing it again. The 1,000-yard stare. Is the Eiger still throwing rocks at you? I forced a smile, my muscles feeling like stiff leather, just thinking about the garden, the north side. You mentioned the weeds. The ivy is the worst, she said, leaning against the counter. It's like it has a mind of its own. It finds the cracks in the foundation and just anchors itself. You pull one strand, and you realize it's connected to something deep underground. I felt a cold prickle at the base of my spine. Anchors, connected, deep underground. The vocabulary of the house was changing, or perhaps I was just finally learning the local dialect. I looked at Sarah, really looked at her, searching for the silver carabiner eyes I'd seen in the kitchen delirium. They were brown, deep, human, and tired. but there was a strand of orange lint on her shoulder that seemed to pulse with a faint, internal bioluminescence. "I'll get started on it tomorrow," I said. "I need to be outside, away from the desk." "The agent will be happy," she said, heading toward the living room. "He said the abstract stuff is fine for the literary critics, but the readers want to feel the rope in their hands. They want the grit." I stayed in the kitchen until the house went quiet. I didn't go back to the basement. I told myself I wouldn't go back for a week, a month, maybe never. I went to the guest room instead, the one we used for storage, filled with boxes of half-remembered lives. I lay on the stripped mattress and listened to the house breathe. The house didn't breathe like a building. It breathed like a bellows. In, out, and with every exhale, I heard the faint, metallic clack-clack-clack of a typewriter key striking a platen. I must have slept because when I opened my eyes, the room was bathed in the pre-dawn gray of a mountain morning. But I wasn't in the guest room. I was standing in the hallway, my bare feet cold against the floorboards. I was standing in front of the basement door. The door was ajar. I didn't remember unlocking it. I didn't remember getting out of bed. But there I was, the hunter-gatherer of my own nightmares, drawn back to the hole in the world. A thin, orange vapor was leaking from the crack in the door. It smelled of ozone and old ribbon ink. It pooled around my toes like a neon fog. "Don't go down," my mind whispered. "The chapter isn't finished," my blood replied. I pushed the door open. The stairs didn't groan this time. They were silent, as if they had surrendered to the weight of what was coming. I descended into the dark, but it wasn't dark. The basement was illuminated by a soft, flickering orange glow emanating from the corner where the typewriter sat. The machine was different. The iron frame had stretched. The round keys were now the size of saucers, and the carriage return arm was as long as a human limb. It sat on the desk like a gargantuan insect, its many legs twitching in the dim light, and there, sitting in the chair, was the mannequin. It wasn't the Mirarelias. It was something older. It was dressed in climbing gear from the 1930s, heavy wool, hobnailed boots, and a hemp rope coiled around its torso. It had no face, only a smooth porcelain surface that reflected the orange glow of the typewriter's internal fire. The mannequin's wooden fingers were dancing across the keys with a speed that was physically impossible. The sound wasn't clack-clack. It was a continuous roar, like a waterfall of lead hitting a stone floor. I walked closer, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The orange rope was everywhere now. It wasn't just a single strand. It was a web, a canopy, a root system. It grew out of the walls, threaded through the floorboards, and disappeared into the ceiling. The mannequin stopped typing. It didn't turn its head, but I felt its attention shift toward me. "The Eiger is a tomb," a voice said. It didn't come from the mannequin. It came from the typewriter. The words appeared on the page as they were spoken, the ink still wet and shimmering. "I know," I whispered. "You think you survived the fall," the machine typed, "but the fall is a circle. You haven't hit the bottom because there is no bottom. There is only the length of the rope." The mannequin reached out a wooden hand and pointed to the orange cord looped around my ankle. It was still there. I hadn't left it in the kitchen. I hadn't left it in the light. I looked at the page in the machine. It wasn't my manuscript. It was a list of names. Kurs Hinterstoiser, Angerer, Reinalter. The ghosts of the 1936 attempt. The men who died on the north face, tangled in their own lines, frozen within sight of the rescue tunnels. They are still climbing, the machine typed. They are climbing through you. Every word you write is a step they take. Every metaphor is a piton driven into the heart of the mountain. I reached for the paper, but the mannequin's hand clamped onto my wrist. Its grip was cold, like a glacier, and it smelled of wet wool and ancient despair. You want to finish the book, Elias, the machine asked. You want to know the ending. I want to go back to Sarah, I said, my voice breaking. I want to go back to the garden. The mannequin tilted its head. On its smooth porcelain face, a crack began to form. It started at the chin and raced up to the forehead, a jagged line that looked exactly like the white spider, the deadly ice field on the Eiger's upper face. Sarah is part of the belay, the machine typed. She is the anchor, but anchors fail. The rock is soft, the ice is melting. The orange rope began to tighten. It wasn't just pulling my ankle anymore. It was winding around my waist, my chest, my throat. I was being cocooned in neon nylon. Write the ending, the mannequin's voice, the typewriter's voice, commanded. I don't know it, I screamed. The mannequin stood up. It was taller than me, a towering figure of wood and wool. It stepped aside, gesturing to the chair. The ending is the beginning of the next fall. Sit. I sat. I had no choice. The rope was a part of me now, an external nervous system that responded to the machine's whims. I placed my hands on the oversized keys. They felt like hot coals. I looked at the mountain. I typed. My fingers moved without my volition. It wasn't made of rock. It was made of all the things I hadn't said, all the apologies I'd buried, all the grief I'd turned into art. The orange glow intensified. The basement walls began to peel away, revealing not the salt plain, but the north face itself. The wind howled through the rafters, bringing with it the scent of snow and the metallic tang of fear. I was sitting at a desk on a ledge 10,000 feet in the air. Below me, the lights of Grindelwald twinkled like fallen stars. Above me, the summit was shrouded in a black cloud that looked like spilled ink. The mannequin stood at the edge of the ledge, looking out into the abyss. The ghost hitch, it said. I kept typing. The words were pouring out of me now, a frantic, desperate stream of consciousness. I was writing the 1936 disaster, but I was also writing my own life. The ropes were crossing. Tony Kurz's frozen hand was reaching for my typewriter. Hinterstoicer's fall was happening in my living room. Kurz was hanging by a single strand, I typed. The rescue team was only feet away, but the knot wouldn't pass through the carabiner. The knot was too big. The knot was the story. The orange rope around my neck tightened. I couldn't breathe. The knot, the mannequin whispered. I looked at the orange cord. I saw the hitch. It wasn't a simple loop anymore. It was a complex, impossible geometry, a knot that shouldn't exist in 3 dimensions. It was the shape of my own heart. I reached out and touched the knot. It was warm. It pulsed with the rhythm of the typewriter. If I untie it, what happens? I asked. The mountain falls, the mannequin said, and the house falls with it. I looked down at the valley floor. I saw a tiny yellow light, the kitchen window. Sarah was there. She was pouring coffee. She was waiting for me to come up the stairs. If I stayed here, writing the ghosts into existence, she was safe. The anchor would hold, but I would be a mannequin in a basement, a prisoner of the orange light, spinning a web of words to keep the world from collapsing. If I untied the knot, I would fall. I would hit the bottom. I would be free. But the mountain, the grief, the trauma, the Eiger of my mind would come down on top of everything I loved. I looked at the typewriter. The page was full. There was only one line left. Elias reached for the rope. My hand hovered over the keys. The mannequin leaned over me, its cracked face inches from mine. I could see the gears turning inside its head, brass wheels and silver levers, all lubricated with black ink. The readers want the grit, Elias, it hissed. Give them the ending. I looked at the orange cord. I looked at the knot that was my heart. I didn't type the lines. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the jagged piece of granite. This isn't a metaphor, I said. I slammed the rock down onto the typewriter's carriage. The sound was like a gunshot. The iron frame cracked. The orange light flared into a blinding white sun. The mannequin screamed, a sound of grinding wood and tearing paper. The ledge gave way. I wasn't swinging this time. I was falling, truly falling. The typewriter fell with me, a flaming meteor of ink and metal. The orange rope unspooled behind us, miles and miles of it, a burning fuse in the dark. I saw the pages of my book fluttering in the wind, catching fire, turning to ash before they could even be read. The Eiger, the mannequins, the salt plain, it was all dissolving into a singular, howling vacuum. Zara, I cried out. The white light swallowed everything. I hit the floor. It wasn't salt, it wasn't paper. It was cold, hard concrete. I lay there for a long time, my lungs burning, my vision swimming with afterimages of orange lines. The basement was pitch black. The silence was absolute. I reached out a trembling hand. I touched something cold and metallic. The typewriter. It was back on the desk. It felt small, normal. I fumbled for the light switch. The overhead bulb flickered to life, casting a weak, yellow glow over the room. The mannequin was gone. The orange rope was gone. The typewriter was sitting on the desk, but the carriage was bent, and a heavy piece of granite was wedged into the machinery. The ribbon was torn, a black tongue hanging out of the side. I looked at the page in the machine. It was blank, except for one word, typed in the very center of the sheet, faint and smudged. Release. I stood up, my legs shaking. I felt light, too light, as if the gravity of the house had forgotten how to hold me. I walked up the stairs. I didn't look back. I stepped into the kitchen. The sun was fully up now, filling the room with a bright, honest light. Sarah was standing at the stove. She turned around, and for a second, she looked confused. Elias, I didn't hear you go down there. I was finishing something, I said. She looked at me, her eyes narrowing. She walked over and touched my face. You're pale, and you smell like smoke. The machine broke, I said. I think I'm done with the Eiger, Sarah. I think I'm done with the whole thing. She smiled, and this time there was no flicker, no glass, just my wife. Good, she said. The garden is waiting, and I think we should go out for dinner tonight, somewhere with no mountains. I nodded, no mountains, just flat ground. I went to the sink to wash the ink from my hands. As I scrubbed, I saw a thin, faint line around my ankle, a red mark like a burn in the shape of a hitch. I covered it with my sock. We spent the day in the garden. I pulled the ivy from the north wall. I dug my fingers into the dirt, feeling the grit, the worms, the damp reality of the earth. It was hard work. It was boring. It was perfect. But as the sun began to set, turning the sky that familiar, bruised purple, I felt a familiar tug. Not on my ankle, on my chest. I looked toward the house. The basement window was a dark square against the foundation, and there, pressed against the glass, was a single orange thread. It wasn't a rope, it was just a fiber, a remnant. I looked away. I looked at Sarah, who was laughing as she tried to prune a stubborn rosebush. The book was over. The mountain was gone. But the rope that was already tied, it never really disappears. It just waits for the next climber to find the end of it. I picked up the shears and went back to work. The ivy was thick and the roots went deep, and the story of the house was still being written, one weed at a time. Somewhere deep below the floorboards, a carriage returned. Dang! I didn't hear it. I chose not to hear it. I took Sarah's hand and led her inside, into the light, leaving the orange thread to dance alone in the gathering dark. The dinner was quiet, filled with the kind of deliberate normalcy that feels like a fragile glass sculpture. We went to a small Italian place 3 towns over, a basement-less trattoria, where the windows looked out onto a flat, uninspired parking lot. I ate my pasta and drank a glass of heavy red wine, focusing on the texture of the bread and the way the candlelight caught the silvering hair at Sarah's temples. I was anchoring myself to her, using her voice as a belay line to keep from drifting back to the cold, vertical world I had supposedly smashed with a piece of granite. "You're remarkably present tonight," Sarah said, setting her fork down. "Usually when you finish a project, you're like a ghost haunting your own body for a week. But you're here. I can see you." "The mountain is closed for the season," I said, and the lie tasted like copper in my mouth. I think I finally found the bottom of the descent. But as I spoke, I felt a phantom sensation around my ribs. It wasn't the tightness of a rope, not yet. It was the feeling of a harness, the way the webbing digs into the hips, a constant reminder of gravity's intent. I shifted in my chair, the vinyl seat sticking to my skin, and for a split second, the chatter of the restaurant faded into the whistling of a high-altitude gale. I saw the waiter pass by, and for a heartbeat, his white apron looked like a snowfield tilted at a 60-degree angle. I blinked and the world snapped back. "Let's go home," I said, perhaps too quickly. The drive back was a gauntlet of shadows. Every telephone pole was a frozen climber. Every stretch of guardrail was a narrow ledge. I kept my eyes fixed on the taillights of the car in front of us, a steady red pulse that felt like a lifeline. Sarah hummed something low and tuneless, her hand resting on my thigh. Her touch was the only thing keeping me in the driver's seat. When we pulled into the driveway, the house looked different. It didn't look like a home, it looked like a monolith. The white siding was a limestone face, and the dark windows were caves where something ancient was hibernating. I didn't want to go inside. I wanted to keep driving until the road ran out and the earth turned into nothing but sea level. "Elias, you coming?" Sarah was already at the front door, the porch light casting her shadow long and distorted across the lawn. "Yeah, just checking the mail," I lied. I walked to the mailbox at the end of the drive. The air was still, but I could hear the house. It wasn't the settling of wood or the hum of the refrigerator. It was the sound of 1,000 tiny hammers hitting 1,000 tiny pins. Clack, clack, clack. I opened the mailbox. Inside, there were no bills, no circulars, no magazines. There was only a single long strip of ticker tape, the kind used by old telegraph machines. It was coiled like a snake in the metal box. I reached in and pulled it out. The paper was cold, not just night cold, but glacial. It felt like holding a sliver of ice. I held it up to the light of the moon. The knot is not the ending. The knot is the anatomy. I crushed the paper in my fist and shoved it into my pocket. My heart was a frantic piton being driven into my chest. I walked toward the house, my boots crunching on the gravel with a sound that mimicked the breaking of bone. Inside, Sarah was already upstairs. I heard the water running in the bathroom. I stood in the kitchen, staring at the basement door. I had locked it. I had wedged a chair under the handle before we left. I knew I had. The chair was gone. The door was wide open, a rectangle of absolute velvet blackness. A single orange thread was tied to the doorknob. It trailed down into the dark, disappearing into the throat of the house. I didn't call for Sarah. I didn't run. The release on the typewriter hadn't been an exit. It had been a discharge, a permission for the house to stop pretending. I walked to the threshold. My feet moved with the mechanical precision of a sleepwalker. I didn't turn on the light. I knew the light wouldn't work. The dark down there was no longer the absence of photons. It was a physical substance, a heavy, pressurized medium that required a different kind of sight. I descended. With every step, the temperature dropped. By the fifth step, my breath was blooming in front of my face in ragged white clouds. By the 10th, the walls were no longer drywall and studs. They were wet, weeping stone. The smell of the basement, damp earth and old boxes, had been replaced by the sterile, metallic scent of a summit. I reached the bottom and stopped. The basement was gone. I was standing on a narrow shelf of rock. Above me, a ceiling of black clouds swirled, lit from within by flashes of orange lightning. Below me, there was nothing but a vertical drop that seemed to go on for light years. In the center of the ledge sat the typewriter. It was no longer broken. The granite rock I had slammed into it had been absorbed into the machine's chassis, turning the iron into a mottled gray stone. The keys were no longer plastic or metal. They were teeth. Human teeth, yellowed and sharp, arranged in 4 rows. The mannequin was gone, but the chair wasn't empty. A figure sat there, wrapped in a parka made of tattered manuscript pages. The hood was up, shadowing the face, but I could see the hands. They were my hands, scarred, ink-stained, and trembling with a permanent, rhythmic twitch. "You're late," the figure said. The voice was mine, but layered with the rasp of a man who had been screaming into a storm for decades. "I broke the machine," I said, my voice sounding thin and pathetic against the wind. The figure laughed, a dry, rattling sound. "You can't break the medium, Elias. You can only change the font." The figure stood up and turned around. It wasn't a mannequin, and it wasn't a ghost. It was me, but stripped of everything that wasn't the story. My eyes were 2 black holes, and my skin was the color of parchment. The 1936 attempt didn't end because the rope was too short, the other Relias said, stepping toward the edge of the abyss. It ended because they ran out of words. Tony Kurz didn't die of exhaustion. He died because the narrative stopped providing him with oxygen. He reached out and grabbed the orange thread tied to the air itself. He pulled, and from the darkness, a body swung into view. It was suspended by a rope around its waist, twirling slowly in the void. It was wearing the wool and gabardine of a pre-war climber. Its face was a mask of frost, its jaw frozen open in a silent plea. "This is Andreas Hinterstoisser," the other Relias said, patting the corpse's shoulder as if it were an old friend. "He's been hanging here since you started the first draft. He's the reason your metaphors were so heavy. He was the weight on your syntax." I backed away, my heel catching on the edge of the ledge. A small stone tumbled into the dark. I never heard it hit the bottom. "I don't want to write this anymore," I whispered. "You aren't writing it," the figure said, sitting back down at the stone typewriter. "You're just the ink. The house is the author. The mountain is the editor. And the editor is very, very demanding." He began to type, clack, clack, clack. Every time a tooth key struck the platen, a jolt of agony shot through my spine. I felt the words being carved into my own skin. Elias stood on the ledge, the machine typed. He felt the pull of the rope, not around his neck, but inside his veins. He realized that Sarah wasn't the anchor, she was the bait. "Stop," I gasped, falling to my knees. "Leave her out of this." "I can't," the other Relias said, his fingers flying across the teeth. "She's the only reason the reader cares. Without the threat of her loss, your story is just a technical manual for a dead mountain. We need the stakes, Elias. We need the grit." He hit the carriage return. Ding. Upstairs, far above the clouds, I heard a scream. It was Sarah. "Sarah," I lunged for the figure, but the orange rope suddenly lashed out from the floor, binding my arms to my sides. I was pulled toward the typewriter, forced to stand over the other me as he worked. "Look at the page," he commanded. I looked. The paper wasn't paper. It was a sheet of human skin, and the ink was a dark, pulsing crimson. The anchor in the kitchen began to fail, the machine typed. The ivy Sarah had pulled in the garden wasn't weed. It was the stitching of the world. By removing it, she had loosened the foundation. The house began to tilt. The ledge beneath us groaned. The entire mountain seemed to lurch to the left. I felt the vertigo slam into me, a sickening sense of the world losing its axis. "You did this," I spat at the figure. "You lured me here." "No," the figure said, looking up at me with those hollow, ink-black eyes. "You tied the rope before you even bought the house. You tied it when you decided that the only way to survive your life was to turn it into a tragedy. You've been looking for this mountain since you were a child. The house just gave you the keys to the basement." He reached out and grabbed my hand, forcing my index finger onto a sharp canine key. "Type the next line," he whispered. "Type her name." "No." "Type it or I let the rope go, and Hinterstoisser won't be the only one hanging in the dark." I looked at the hanging climber. His eyes suddenly flickered open. They were the same orange as the rope. He reached out a frozen hand and pointed upward, toward the ceiling of clouds. "Help him," the dead man's lips seemed to move. I looked at the key. It was a jagged tooth, stained with old blood. I looked at the page of skin. I didn't type her name. I typed a different word. "Bivouac." The machine shuddered. The word didn't belong in the sentence. It was a disruption, a temporary shelter in the middle of a fall. "What are you doing?" the other Relias hissed. "I'm changing the rhythm," I said, my voice growing stronger. I slammed my hand down on the keys, hitting them at random, ignoring the sharp stabs of pain as the teeth bit into my palms. Shelter, anchor, belay, static, hold. The machine began to smoke. The orange lightning in the clouds turned a sickly violet. The other Relias tried to push me away, but I was heavier now. I wasn't just ink anymore. I was the rock. The story has to flow, he screamed. You're ruining the pacing. Let it break, I said. I grabbed the stone carriage and wrenched it sideways. The sound of grinding rock filled the air, drowning out the wind. The typewriter groaned, its teeth shattering, spraying white shards across the ledge. The orange rope snapped. Hinterstoicer's body fell away, but he wasn't screaming. He was dissolving. As he tumbled into the abyss, he turned into a cloud of white moths, thousands of them, fluttering upward, passing through me like cold sparks. The other Relias began to fade, his parka of pages tearing away in the wind. You think you've won? He asked, his voice echoing from a great distance. You've just stopped the chapter. The book is still bound. The rope is still tied. Then I'll untie it one word at a time, I said. The ledge crumbled. I fell again, but this time there was no wind. There was only a profound, heavy silence. I woke up on the basement floor. The light was on. The weak, yellow bulb was buzzing like a trapped fly. I was alone. The typewriter was gone. The desk was empty, save for a thick layer of dust that looked like fallen ash. I stood up, my body aching as if I had actually spent the night on a mountain ledge. My hands were covered in small, jagged cuts, and my palms were stained with a dark, indelible ink. I walked to the stairs. I climbed them slowly, my feet heavy. When I reached the kitchen, I stopped. The chair was back under the doorknob. The door was closed. Sarah was sitting at the kitchen table, a cup of coffee in front of her. The morning sun was streaming through the window, highlighting the dust motes dancing in the air. She didn't look up when I entered. She was staring at something on the table. I walked over and looked. It was the napkin, the one I had put in my pocket, the one where I had written, the knot held, but the climber let go. But the ink had changed. The words had been crossed out by a single, thick, orange line. Underneath, in a handwriting that wasn't mine, a handwriting that looked like it had been carved with a tooth, was a new sentence. The climber held, but the mountain let go. Elias, Sarah said, her voice small and hollow. I looked at her. Her eyes were no longer brown. They were a pale, translucent gray, like the sky before a blizzard. Where are we? She asked. I looked out the window. The garden was gone. The parking lot was gone. The town of our lives was gone. Outside the window, there was only a vast, white expanse of salt, and in the distance, rising out of the flat, dead earth, was a mountain that hadn't been there yesterday. It was made of black iron and white paper. It was miles high, its summit lost in a swirl of orange clouds. We're in the next chapter, I said, pulling her close. I felt the rope around my waist tighten. It wasn't a metaphor. It was a physical weight, a tether connecting us to the house, to the mountain, to the machine that was already beginning to click in the room we hadn't found yet. I looked at the napkin one last time. The orange line began to bleed, the ink spreading until the entire paper was the color of a warning. The mountain didn't scream, it didn't roar, it just waited. And somewhere in the heart of the Iron Peaks, a carriage returned. Dang! The salt was cold. When I stepped off the porch and onto the white expanse, it didn't crunch like snow, it hissed like static. It was a desert of pulverized bone and dried tears, stretching toward the horizon where the iron mountain pierced the sky. The house sat behind us, a lonely, white-sided island in a sea of nothingness. It looked smaller now, its architectural authority stripped away by the sheer verticality of the peaks in the distance. Sarah didn't pull away. She gripped my arm with a strength that bruised, her fingernails digging into the sleeve of my sweater. She wasn't looking at the mountain yet. She was looking at the ground, at the way our shadows were being cast by a sun that looked like a pale, unblinking eye. "Nelia's the car," she whispered. "Where is the car?" I looked toward the driveway. The gravel was gone. The asphalt was gone. The old Volvo was a rusted skeleton half buried in the salt, its tires rotted away, its windows opaque with a thick white crust. It looked like it had been sitting there for a century. Time here wasn't a linear progression. It was a sedimentary layer, piling up according to the needs of the narrative. "We can't leave that way," I said. My voice felt heavy, as if I were speaking through a layer of felt. Then how she finally looked up, she saw the mountain. She didn't scream, she didn't gasp. She simply stopped breathing for a long, terrifying 10 seconds. Her face went as white as the salt beneath our feet. The mountain was a jagged, impossible construction of obsidian and compressed parchment. I could see the strata of the rock. It wasn't stone. It was stacks of paper, millions of pages pressed together until they became as hard as granite. The snow on the upper peaks was actually a blizzard of loose manuscript pages, swirling in a permanent, high-altitude vortex. "It's the book," she said, her voice a ghost of itself. "You didn't finish it. You built it." "I didn't mean to," I said, and the words felt like a confession whispered in a confessional made of ice. I thought I was exercising it. I thought if I wrote the end, the door would stay shut. "You never wrote the end, Elias. You wrote a bridge." She was right. Every word I had typed on that stone machine, every drop of ink I had spilled, had been a structural support for this reality. I hadn't been describing a climb. I had been surveying the land for its foundation. A low, rhythmic thumping began to vibrate through the salt. It was the sound of a giant heart, or perhaps a giant press. Thump hiss, thump hiss. It was coming from the mountain. "We have to go toward it," I said. Sarah turned to me, her eyes wide with a sudden, sharp flick of anger. "Are you insane? We have to go back inside. We have to lock the doors and wait for someone, the police, the neighbors." "There are no neighbors, Sarah. Look." I pointed behind us. The house was changing. The white siding was peeling away in long, curled strips, revealing a skeletal frame made of giant, blackened fountain pens. The windows were shrinking, turning into the round, glass lenses of old-fashioned spectacles. The house wasn't a refuge anymore. It was a tool. It was the magnifying glass through which the mountain watched us. "If we stay here, we're just the preface," I said, the realization chilling my blood. The mountain is the body of the work. If we want to get to the afterward, if we want to get home, we have to cross it. I looked down at my hands. The ink stains were pulsing. They weren't just on the surface of my skin. They were moving beneath it, like tiny, dark parasites navigating my veins. Every time the mountain thumped, the ink surged. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the orange thread. It was longer now, unspooling from an invisible point in the air. It didn't fall to the ground. It floated, taut and vibrant, pointing directly toward the base of the iron peaks. "The rope that was already tied," I muttered. "Don't," Sarah said, but she didn't let go of my arm. "Elias, if we go out there, we aren't us anymore. We're just characters. You know what happens to characters in your books." I'll write us a different way, I promised, though I knew the lie was as thin as the air. I destroyed the machine. I broke the teeth. You broke one machine, Sarah said, looking at the mountain. Look at the summit. I squinted against the glare of the salt. At the very peak of the mountain, silhouetted against the violet sky, was a shape. It was a giant silver arm, miles long, poised like a guillotine. It was the striker of a typewriter, and every few seconds it descended with a thunderous clack that shook the world, striking an invisible platen in the clouds. Clack! The salt beneath us shifted. A crack opened up, a jagged line of blackness that raced toward the house. Run, I said. We ran. The salt was difficult to navigate. It gave way under our boots like dry sand, pulling at our ankles, trying to bury us before we even reached the foothills. The air grew colder with every 100 yards, a biting, industrial chill that smelled of ozone and wet charcoal. As we ran, the landscape began to populate itself with the debris of my previous drafts. We passed a field of frozen boots, hundreds of them, all left-footed, sticking out of the salt like grave markers. We passed a grove of trees whose leaves were made of rusted razor blades, clinking softly in a wind that didn't move the air. Nelia's look, Sarah pointed to our left. A figure was walking parallel to us, about 50 yards away. It was a man in a tattered tweed suit, carrying a heavy leather satchel. He was walking with a strange, jerky gait, his head lolling to one side. He didn't have a face. Where his features should have been, there was only a flat, white page with the word protagonist typed in the center. Don't look at him, I shouted over the rising wind. He's a discarded draft. He's looking for a plot. The faceless man stopped. He turned toward us, the paper of his face fluttering. He began to run, his movements a blurred smear of motion, like a film reel skipping frames. He was faster than us. He was a creature of pure intent, unburdened by the weight of a backstory or a nervous system. Into the crevasse, I pulled Sarah toward a dark opening in the salt, a place where the white crust had buckled upward to form a small, jagged cave. We scrambled inside, our breath coming in ragged, white plumes. The interior of the cave wasn't salt. It was lined with old newspapers, yellowed and brittle, dating back to years that hadn't happened yet. The faceless man reached the entrance. He stood there, his paper face vibrating. He reached out a hand that ended in 5 sharpened pencils instead of fingers, and scratched at the air. He can't come in, I whispered, pressing Sarah against the back wall. He's a third-person character. This cave is written in the first person. The perspectives don't match. It was a desperate literary logic, but it seemed to hold. The man hissed, a sound like a page being torn, and retreated into the white glare. Sarah was shaking, her teeth chattering so hard I feared they would shatter. You're talking like a madman. Perspectives, first person, Elia's look at me, look at my eyes. I looked, the gray in her irises was deepening, turning into the color of a lead pencil. I'm losing the color, she whispered. I can feel the me of me being replaced by descriptions. I can feel the adjectives sticking to my skin like burrs. I grabbed her hands. They were cold, and the texture of her skin was changing, becoming smoother, more uniform, like high-quality vellum. I won't let it happen, I said, though I felt the same process beginning in my own joints. My knees felt like they were hinged with brass pins. My heartbeat was a metronome. We have to reach the mountain. There has to be a way to edit this, a way to delete the world. And if the mountain is the one doing the writing, she asked. I didn't have an answer. We waited in the cave until the thumping of the mountains subsided into a low, rhythmic hum. The orange thread, still tied to my wrist, was vibrating now, humming a low, minor key that resonated in my teeth. It was a guide, but it was also a leash. It was pulling me toward the iron peaks with a steady, gravitational force. "We have to move," I said, "before the next chapter starts." We emerged from the cave. The sky had changed again. It was now a deep, bruised crimson, and the orange clouds had descended, hugging the base of the mountain like a thick, toxic fog. As we approached the foothills, the salt gave way to a different terrain. It was a graveyard of typewriters. Thousands of them, of every make and model, piled into high, precarious mounds. Remingtons, Olivettis, Underwoods. Their keys were entangled like the legs of dead spiders. The ribbons were unspooled, trailing across the ground in long, black rivers of ink. "This is where the stories go to die," I said, stepping over a heap of rusted metal. "No," Sarah said, stopping in front of a particularly large pile. "This is where they're mined." She pointed to a group of figures huddled among the machines. They weren't faceless like the man in the suit. They were small, hunched creatures with skin the color of carbon paper. They were busy, their long, spindly fingers flying over the keys of the dead typewriters. They weren't writing stories. They were stripping the machines of specific letters. One of them looked up. It held a silver E in its teeth. It growled, a sound like a jammed carriage, and scurried away into the shadows of the junk heaps. "They're scavengers," I said. "They take the letters to the mountain for the great machine." The orange thread pulled hard now, jerking my arm forward. We were at the base of the first peak. It wasn't a slope. It was a wall of pure vertical text. I looked up and saw sentences carved into the rock, thousands of feet high. "The wind was a cold knife. He did not look back. The rope was the only truth. The words were the handholds." "We have to climb," I said, looking at Sarah. She looked at the wall, then at her hands. Her fingers were already beginning to elongate, the tips hardening into something that looked like graphite. "I can't climb that, Elias. I'm not a mountaineer. That's your story, not mine." "It has to be ours now," I said. "If you stay at the bottom, the scavengers will take your letters. They'll strip you until there's nothing left but a blank space." I reached out and grabbed the first sentence. The wind was a cold knife. The letters were cold, made of a metal that bit into my palms. I hauled myself up. "Put your feet on the vowels," I coached. "They're more stable. Avoid the descenders, the P's and the G's. They'll break under your weight." She followed me, her movements stiff and terrified. We climbed the wall of text, ascending through a narrative that grew more fragmented and violent the higher we went. "He bled black. The sky was a bruise. The mountain demanded a sacrifice." We reached a ledge, a literal margin at the edge of the page rock. We sat there, our legs dangling over a drop that had no bottom. The house was a tiny white dot in the distance, nearly swallowed by the salt. "Look," Sarah whispered. On the ledge next to us was a small wooden crate. It looked out of place, a relic of the real world. I crawled toward it and pried the lid open. Inside was a thermos and a stack of sandwiches wrapped in wax paper. There was also a note, written in Sarah's neat, looping longhand. "Don't forget to eat, Elias. The mountain is big, but you're bigger. I'll be waiting at the bottom. Love, S." I stared at the note. I looked at the Sarah sitting next to me, whose eyes were now entirely gray, whose skin was the texture of a map. I wrote this, she said, touching the note, in the kitchen, 3 days ago, before the basement door opened. It's a continuity error, I said, my heart twisting. The story is folding in on itself. The past is catching up to the present. No, she said, looking at me with a lucidity that broke my heart. It's a foreshadowing. Look at the sandwich, Elias. I unwrapped one of the sandwiches. It wasn't ham or cheese. It was stuffed with shredded paper. The wax paper wasn't wax. It was a page from my first book, the one about the Eiger. I dropped the sandwich. It fell into the abyss, fluttering like a wounded bird. We aren't escaping the book, Sarah said. We're just moving into the later chapters. And Elias, I've read your work. You don't do happy endings. I'll change it, I snarled, grabbing the orange thread and wrapping it around my hand until it cut into the flesh. I'll find the great machine at the top, and I'll tear the end out of its throat. The mountain roared. It wasn't a sound of wind or rock. It was the sound of 1 billion pages turning at once. The ledge beneath us began to vibrate. The sentence we were sitting on, the mountain demanded a sacrifice, began to glow with a dull, orange light. The rope, Sarah said, pointing to my wrist. The thread was no longer pointing toward the summit. It was pointing at her. It began to tighten. It wasn't pulling me toward the mountain anymore. It was pulling her toward the edge. Elias, she screamed, her heels skidding on the stone margin. I lunged for her, grabbing her waist, but the rope was relentless. It was a cable now, thick and humming with a terrible energy. It was the plot, and the plot required a fall. Let go of me, she cried. If you don't, it'll take you too. Never, I dug my boots into the letters of the rock, my fingers hooked into the M of mountain. The silver striker at the summit descended. Gleg. The word sacrifice vanished from the rock beneath us. The space became a void. Sarah slipped. She fell into the white mist, the orange rope snapping taut, her weight nearly ripping my arms from their sockets. I was hanging from the M, holding onto the rope with one hand and her wrist with the other. She swung over the abyss, a small gray figure against the vast white salt. Elias, look at the rope. I looked. The orange thread wasn't tied to her waist. It was tied to her neck. As every inch I pulled her up, the noose tightened. The mountain wasn't trying to drop her. It was trying to hang her. The knot is the anatomy, I whispered, the words from the ticker tape echoing in my skull. If I saved her life, I would kill her. If I let her go, she would vanish into the unwritten dark. I looked up at the summit. The silver arm was rising again, preparing for the next strike, the next word. I looked at Sarah. Her face was turning a dark, ink-stained purple. She couldn't breathe. She was reaching for the rope, her pencil fingers clawing at the orange fiber. I'm sorry, I sobbed. I didn't let go of her wrist. I let go of the mountain. We fell together. The wind didn't whistle. It spoke. It recited every rejection letter I had ever received, every bad review, every doubt I had ever whispered to myself in the dark of the basement. As we plummeted, the orange rope began to unravel. It turned into a long, flowing ribbon of text that wrapped around us both, binding us together in a cocoon of words. We hit the salt, but we didn't shatter. We broke through the surface. The salt wasn't a floor, it was a ceiling. We fell through the white expanse and landed on a soft, carpeted surface. I gasped, my lungs burning with the sudden return of thick, warm air. I scrambled to my feet, looking for Sarah. She was lying a few feet away, coughing, her hands clutching her throat. The gray was fading from her eyes. Her skin was returning to the warmth of flesh and blood. The orange rope was gone. We were in a room, but it wasn't the kitchen. It wasn't the basement. It was a library that went on forever in every direction. The shelves were miles high, disappearing into a golden haze. There were no windows, no doors, just books, millions of them, all bound in the same dark leather. In the center of the room sat a small wooden desk. On the desk was a single black telephone and a stack of blank paper. The phone rang. I walked toward it, my boots clicking on the polished wood floor. Sarah stood up, her hand on my shoulder, her breathing rhythmic and real. I picked up the receiver. "Hello," I said. A voice came through the line. It was the voice of the man from the basement, my voice, but older, calmer. "The first draft is finished," the voice said, "but the editor has some notes." I looked at the stack of paper on the desk. The top sheet began to fill with words, typed by an invisible hand. Part 9, The Library of the Unfinished. I looked at Sarah. She looked at the paper. "Pick up the pen, Elias," she said. Her voice was steady. "This time, we're writing it together." I reached for the pen. It was heavy, made of iron and bone. Outside the circle of light from the desk lamp, I heard the sound of a carriage returning. Ding! The mountain was gone, but the story was just beginning to breathe. The silence of the library was heavier than the roar of the salt flats. It was a pressurized quiet, the kind that exists in the vacuum between a question and an answer. I held the iron and bone pen, and for the first time in my career, the weight of the instrument felt honest. It didn't feel like a conduit for a story that was using me. It felt like a weapon I had finally learned how to grip. Sarah stood beside me, her hand resting on the mahogany edge of the desk. The gray was almost entirely gone from her skin, replaced by a flush of exertion, but her eyes remained a shade darker than they had been when we lived in the house with the white siding. She looked at the blank page, then at the endless rows of leather-bound books that stretched into the golden gloom. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. I listened. It wasn't the thump hiss of the mountain's heart. It was a soft, atmospheric rustle, like the sound of a forest in a light breeze. But there were no trees here. It was the sound of millions of pages turning simultaneously, a gentle friction of paper on paper. "They're reading," I said. "The library isn't just a graveyard. It's a processing center." The telephone on the desk chirped again, a sharp, mechanical sound that cut through the rustle. I didn't pick it up this time. I looked at the receiver, then at the line of text that had appeared on the paper, Part 9, The Library of the Unfinished. The voice said the first draft is finished, Sarah said, her voice trembling slightly, "but we're still here. If the draft is done, shouldn't we be back in the kitchen with the real coffee and the real sunlight?" "A first draft is just a skeleton, Sarah. It's the shape of the lie. The revision is where the truth gets carved in." I looked at the pen in my hand. The ink inside the barrel wasn't black. It was a swirling, iridescent violet, the same color as the sky over the Iron Peaks. He said the editor has notes. In this place, a note isn't a suggestion. It's a physical alteration of our reality. As if in response to my words, a book fell from a shelf 3 levels up. It didn't tumble. It descended slowly, its covers flapping like the wings of a heavy leather bird. It landed squarely on the desk, sliding across the wood until it bumped against my hand. The spine was blank. I opened it. The pages were filled with my own handwriting, the frantic, jagged scrawl I used when the ideas were coming too fast to process. But the words were wrong. They were descriptions of things I hadn't written yet. Elias reached for the lamp, but the light was a trick of the ink. Sarah looked toward the shadows and saw the man who wasn't there. I slammed the book shut. It's trying to stay ahead of us. It's writing the next 5 minutes before we live them. Then don't reach for the lamp, Sarah said. She grabbed the book and threw it toward the darkness beyond the desk's light. It vanished before it hit the floor, swallowed by the sheer scale of the room. We have to stop following the script, Elias. If we do what the paper says, we're just ink. We have to do something unwritten. Everything is written here, Sarah. Look at the shelves. I gestured to the towering stacks. Every choice, every discarded thought, every what if we ever had. This is the archive of the possible. I walked away from the desk, pulled by a sudden magnetic intuition. My boots echoed on the floor, a hollow, rhythmic sound that seemed to be keeping time with a clock I couldn't see. I reached a shelf labeled The Anatomy of Regret and pulled a volume at random. I opened it to the middle. And then Elias decided not to marry her. He stayed in the city. He wrote 3 more books about the cold, and he died in a room that smelled of scorched dust and old tea. I felt a cold shiver trace the line of my spine. It was a version of my life that hadn't happened, a draft that had been discarded in favor of the one where I met Sarah at that rainy gallery in October. Elias, look at this. Sarah had followed me into the stacks. She was pointing to a section where the books weren't leather-bound. They were bound in human hair, braided tightly around the boards. The titles were etched in bone. The Unspoken Truths of Sarah Jane. She reached out a hand, but I caught her wrist. Don't. Some drafts were discarded for a reason. I want to know, she whispered. I want to know what the mountain took from me to make me fit into your story. You said you'd write us a different way, but you're still using your pen, Elias. You're still the one with the hand on the tool. I'm trying to save us, I said, the defense sounding weak even to my own ears. You're trying to finish the book, she countered. There's a difference. The rustling of the pages grew louder, shifting from a breeze to a gale. From the shadows between the shelves, figures began to emerge. They weren't the faceless protagonists or the carbon paper scavengers. They were more terrifying because they were nearly perfect. They were versions of us. There was a Sarah in a red dress I remembered her wearing to a wedding 3 years ago, but her eyes were leaking black ink. There was an Elias with a beard I'd never grown, his hands replaced by the same sharpened pencils I'd seen on the man in the salt flats. They moved with a synchronized, liquid grace, drifting through the aisles like ghosts in a printing press. The rejected edits, I whispered. They're coming to claim the space. The telephone on the desk began to ring again, but this time it wasn't a ring. It was a scream, a long, sustained electronic wail that vibrated through the floorboards. Run, I said, grabbing Sarah's hand. We didn't run toward the desk. We ran deeper into the library, weaving through the labyrinth of shelves. The air grew thick with the smell of old glue and binding twine. The golden light faded, replaced by a flickering, strobe-like effect, as if a giant shutter was clicking somewhere above us. Click flash, click flash. With every flash, the library changed. The shelves became taller, then shorter. The books turned into bricks, then into stacks of loose-leaf paper, then into jars of preserved tongues. "We're in the middle of a revision," I shouted over the screaming phone. "The editor is changing the setting." "Where are we going?" Sarah cried, her grip on my hand tightening until it hurt. "To the source, to the place where the ink comes from." I knew where it was. I could feel it pulsing in my veins, the dark parasites in my blood reacting to the proximity of their origin. It was the afterword I had mentioned back at the house, the end of the work. We rounded a corner and stopped short. The floor ended. Ahead of us was a vast circular pit miles across. It looked like the interior of a giant inkwell. At the bottom, a sea of black liquid churned and boiled, giving off a vapor that turned into words as it rose. The words floated through the air like ash, drifting toward the shelves where they would eventually be bound into books. Suspended over the center of the pit by massive, rusted chains was a cage, and inside the cage was a man. He was sitting at a desk identical to the one we had just left. He was typing on a machine that looked like it had been forged from the wreckage of a locomotive. Every time he struck a key, the chains groaned, and a splash of ink erupted from the pit below. "Is that you?" Sarah asked, her voice hushed. I squinted. The man in the cage was older, his hair a shock of white, his skin translucent. He was wearing my favorite sweater, the one with the hole in the left elbow. He didn't look up. He was typing with a frantic, desperate intensity, his fingers a blur. It's the version of me that never left the basement, I realized. The one who stayed until the story became the only reality. The man stopped typing. He turned his head slowly, looking across the vast distance of the pit toward the ledge where we stood. He didn't have eyes. He had two circular holes, like the lenses of a camera, and within them I could see the reflection of the mountain we had just climbed. He picked up a megaphone made of rolled-up parchment. "The character cannot witness the author," he bellowed, his voice echoing through the library like thunder. "It breaks the narrative arc. Return to the margins." "We aren't characters," I yelled back, though my voice felt thin and fragile against the scale of the room. "We're the ones who lived through the salt. We're the ones who survived the rope." The author, the other me, laughed. It was a dry, paper-thin sound. "You survived because I typed it. I needed the tension. The climb was necessary for the third ACT. But now the theme must be resolved." He reached for a large, red lever on the side of his typewriter. "Sarah is the anchor," the author shouted. "But the anchor must be cast off for the ship to reach the sea." The orange thread reappeared. It didn't come from my wrist this time. It erupted from the center of the ink pit, a glowing, neon line that shot upward and snagged Sarah around the waist. No, I lunged for her, but the force of the thread was absolute. It began to pull her toward the edge of the pit, toward the boiling sea of ink. Elias, she didn't scream this time. Her voice was calm, terrifyingly so. "He's right, look at the shelves." I looked. The books around us were changing. The titles were vanishing, the leather turning back into raw hide. The library was being deconstructed. "The story only works if one of us stays," she said. She was leaning back against the pull of the thread, her boots sliding toward the abyss. "He's writing a tragedy, Elias. He's been writing it since the day you bought that house. He can't help himself. It's the only way he knows how to end things." "I won't let him," I said, turning back toward the cage. I raised the iron and bone pen. "I have a tool, too." You cannot edit the editor, the author cries. I didn't try to write on the paper. I didn't try to write on the air. I turned the pen around and drove the nib into my own forearm, right into the pulsing ink stains beneath my skin. The pain was white-hot, a jagged lightning bolt that traveled straight to my brain. I felt the ink in my veins being drawn upward, sucked into the pen's reservoir by a vacuum of my own making. I wasn't writing with the ink of the mountain. I was reclaiming the ink that had stolen my blood. I pulled the pen out. The nib was glowing with a fierce violet light. I didn't aim for the author. I aimed for the orange thread. I slashed the air with the pen, leaving a trail of violet fire in the wake of the nib. The ink hit the thread and sizzled. The orange glow flickered, turned gray, and then snapped like a dry twig. Sarah fell backward, away from the edge. The author stood up in his cage, his chair clattering to the floor. Rewrite, illegal rewrite, the continuity is breached. The ink pit below began to rise. The black liquid surged upward in a massive, swirling column, a waterspout of pure narrative potential. It hit the bottom of the cage, tilting it violently. The library is flooding. I grabbed Sarah and pulled her toward the higher shelves. "Where are we going?" she gasped. "To the index," I shouted. "Every library has an index. We find the entry for home and we tear the page out." We climbed, we used the shelves like a ladder, scrambling over the works of 1,000 lifetimes. Below us, the sea of ink was swallowing the world. I saw the versions of us, the ink-eyed Sarah, the pencil-fingered Elias, disappear into the black tide without a sound. They were being recycled, turned back into the raw material of the next draft. We reached the highest level, a narrow catwalk that ran along the very top of the shelves, inches from the golden ceiling. There, sitting on a pedestal of solid glass, was a book the size of a door. The Master Index. I threw myself against the cover, prying it open. The pages were thin as silk, moving so fast they were a blur. I jammed the iron pen into the gutter of the book, forcing the pages to stop. I flipped through the H's. My hands were shaking. The ink was rising, the black spray already dampening the lower shelves. Home, see hope, see house, see hunger. It's a cross-reference, I screamed. It's a loop. Try Sarah, she yelled, pointing at the S's. I flipped the pages. Sarah, the catalyst, the sacrifice, the tether, see rope. No, I whispered, I won't let it be that. I looked at the pen. There was only a drop of the violet ink left on the nib. My own blood, transformed by the mountain, refined by the library. I didn't look for a word. I looked for the blank space at the bottom of the page. I pressed the nib to the silk and wrote one word. It wasn't a place. It wasn't a person. It was an instruction. Exit. As I finished the last stroke of the T, the iron pen shattered. The master index began to glow, not with the violet of the ink or the orange of the mountain, but with a plain, boring, beautiful white light. The light of a kitchen window at 10 in the morning. The light of a television screen left on in an empty room. The library didn't collapse. It simply ceased to be relevant. The author in his cage gave one final, frustrated cry, his typewriter keys jamming in a discordant heap of metal. Then, he and his pit and his sea of ink faded into a pale, translucent mist. I felt a hand on mine. Sarah was there, her face illuminated by the white glow.
Williams, she said. Yeah,
Don't write the afterwords. I won't, I promised. We stepped into the light together. For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of a single, distant heartbeat.
thump.
And then the smell of burnt toast. The smell of burnt toast was so sharp, so aggressively mundane, that it brought tears to my eyes before I could even process the sight of the linoleum. My knees hit the floor, not the polished mahogany of the library or the jagged salt of the mountain, but the cracked, cream-colored tile of our kitchen. I gasped a lungful of air that tasted of dust and old coffee grounds and the faint, metallic tang of the toaster's heating element. It was thick and heavy, the air of a house that had been closed up for too long, but it was air. It wasn't ink. It wasn't the thin, freezing ether of the heights. Sarah, I croaked. My voice was raspy, stripped raw by the screaming and the wind of the other places. She was slumped against the refrigerator, her legs tucked under her. She looked smaller here, framed by the magnets and the grocery lists and the humming avocado green appliance. Her hair was a mess, tangled with what looked like gray ash, but her eyes were clear. They were the amber-flecked brown I had fallen in love with in a gallery 3 years ago. There was no violet in them, no black. "I'm here," she whispered. She reached out, her fingers trembling, and touched the edge of the kitchen table. "It's solid, Elias. It's actually solid." I crawled toward her, my joints aching with a sudden, localized reality. On the mountain, the pain had been epic, a grand symphony of suffering. Here, it was just a dull throb in my lower back and a sharp sting in my forearm. I looked down at my sleeve. It was torn, soaked in a dark, brownish red stain, not the iridescent violet of the author's ink, but blood, my blood.
The toaster popped.
The sound made us both jump. 2 charred slices of white bread stood stiffly in the slots, wisps of acrid smoke rising from them. "The script," I muttered, looking around the room. The kitchen was exactly as we had left it, or rather, as the story had left it. The half-empty mug of coffee sat on the counter, a fuzzy ring of mold now coating the surface. The calendar on the wall was still turned to October, the month we had entered the basement. I looked toward the hallway. The door to the basement was closed. It looked like any other door, white paint, a brass knob, a slight scuff mark at the bottom where the vacuum cleaner always hit it. But the air around the frame seemed to shimmer, a faint distortion like heat rising off a highway. "We have to leave," Sarah said. She stood up, using the counter for support. She didn't look at the toaster or the moldy coffee. She looked at the front door. "Now, Elias, before the ink dries." "Wait," I said. I stood up, my head spinning. I walked to the kitchen table. There, sitting in the center of the wood, was a stack of paper. It was thick, at least 400 pages, held together by a heavy iron clip. The top page was blank, except for a single line of text in the very center, typed in a font that looked like it had been hammered out by a Victorian machine. The rope that was already tied, a final revision. I reached for it, my hand hovering inches above the paper. "Don't," Sarah warned. Her voice had a sharp, jagged edge. "If you touch it, you're back in it. You're the character again." "I need to know how it ends," I whispered. "I need to know if he let us go or if this is just another chapter. Part 11, The Illusion of the Kitchen." "It doesn't matter what he wrote," she said, stepping toward me. She took my hand, her grip firm and warm. "He's the one in the cage, Elias. You saw him. He's trapped in the loop. We're the ones with the door." I looked from the manuscript to the front door. Through the small window in the wood, I could see the overgrown lawn, the gray street, and the neighbor's house with its flickering porch light. It looked incredibly boring. It looked like a world where nothing happened except the slow passage of time and the occasional rainstorm. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I turned back to the manuscript. I didn't pick it up. Instead, I picked up the half-empty mug of moldy coffee and poured the cold, stagnant liquid directly onto the top page. The paper hissed, the ink didn't run, it fought back. The words on the page seemed to squirm, trying to dodge the moisture. A faint, high-pitched whine, like a mosquito in my ear, filled the room. And then Elias realized the kitchen was the cruelest trap of all. The words appeared on the soaked paper, struggling to form against the stain. "Go to hell," I said to the empty air. I grabbed Sarah's hand and we ran. We didn't take anything. No coats, no wallets, no memories that weren't burned into our retinas. We burst through the front door and into the cool, damp evening air of the suburbs. It was autumn. The smell of decaying leaves was a revelation. We didn't stop at the car. The car was part of the house, part of the life the author had curated for us. We ran down the sidewalk, our footsteps echoing on the concrete, a flat, honest sound. We ran past the miller's house, past the park where the swings were swaying slightly in the breeze, past the convenience store with its buzzing neon sign. We didn't stop until we reached the bus station, 3 miles away. We sat on a plastic bench in the fluorescent glare of the waiting area, two disheveled ghosts in the middle of a Tuesday night. A man in a security uniform glanced at us, frowned, and then went back to his phone. He didn't see the salt on our boots. He didn't see the fading violet stains on my arms. To him, we were just two people who had hit a rough patch. "Where are we going?" Sarah asked. She was leaning her head against my shoulder, her eyes closed. "Somewhere without a basement," I said. "Somewhere with a lot of windows, maybe a desert. Somewhere so bright the ink evaporates before it can hit the page." "He'll try to follow," she murmured. "He's a writer. He can't leave a story unfinished." "Let him try," I said, feeling a strange, cold confidence settling into my bones. "He's writing on paper. We're writing on the world now. The ink is different out here." I looked at my hands. They were shaking, but the skin was mine. The iron and bone pen was gone, shattered in a library that didn't exist in this geography. But I could still feel the weight of it in my palm, a phantom limb that reminded me of the cost of the climb. A bus pulled into the bay, its air brakes hissing. The destination sign on the front flickered, Northbound Express. "That'll do," I said. We boarded the bus. I paid the driver with a crumpled $20 bill I found in my pocket, the last remnant of the Elias who lived in the house with the white siding. We moved to the very back, sitting in the shadows as the bus pulled away from the curb. As we drove past the outskirts of the town, I looked out the window. In the distance, rising above the trees and the power lines, I saw it for a fleeting second. The mountain. It wasn't a physical mass of rock and salt. It was a silhouette made of pure darkness, a tear in the fabric of the night sky. It stood where our house should have been, a towering monument to the unfinished. And there, at the very peak, a single orange light flickered, like a campfire or a dying star. The author was still there. He was still typing. He was probably writing about the bus right now. He was probably describing the way the light from the street lamps flickered across Sarah's face. I reached out and pulled the black fabric shade down over the window, snapping the plastic tab into place. "What are you doing?" Sarah asked. "Editing," I said. I closed my eyes and listened to the hum of the tires on the asphalt. It was a long, steady sound, a sentence that didn't need a period. The bus moved into the dark, carrying us away from the rope, away from the ink, and into the terrifying, unwritten blankness of the rest of our lives. For the first time in years, the silence didn't feel like a threat. It felt like a clean sheet of paper, and this time I wasn't going to be the one to fill it. I fell asleep to the rhythm of the road, dreaming of nothing at all. The sun was high when I woke up. The bus was parked at a rest stop somewhere in a state I didn't recognize. Fields of dead corn stretched out to the horizon under a sky so blue it looked painted. Sarah was gone. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, rhythmic thud. Sarah, I stood up, looking around the empty bus. The driver was outside, smoking a cigarette by the vending machines. Sarah, I stumbled toward the door, my mind already spiraling back to the library, to the ink pit, to the idea that she had been a catalyst that had finally been spent. Then I saw her. She was standing by a picnic table near the edge of the cornfield. She was holding a paper cup of coffee and looking at a map she'd spread out on the wood. The wind was catching her hair, blowing it across her face, and she was laughing at something a stray dog was doing near her feet. She looked up and saw me in the doorway of the bus. She waved. It wasn't a scripted wave. It wasn't a gesture designed to move a plot forward. It was just a woman waving at a man she loved in the middle of a Tuesday morning. I stepped off the bus and felt the gravel crunch under my boots. The air was cold and smelled of manure and diesel. It was perfect. I walked toward her, but as I passed a trash can near the vending machines, something caught my eye. Lying on top of a pile of discarded snack wrappers and soda cans was a book. It was a cheap mass-market paperback, the kind you find in airport gift shops. The cover was a lurid shade of red, featuring a silhouette of a man climbing a rope into a dark cloud. The title was embossed in silver, The Rope That Was Already Tied. I stopped, my breath hitched in my throat. I looked around, half expecting the sky to peel away like old wallpaper, revealing the golden gloom of the library. But the sun stayed hot on my neck. The dog kept barking. I reached into the trash and picked up the book. It was light, flimsy. The pages were yellowed and smelled of cheap glue. I flipped to the back cover. There was an author photo.
It wasn't me.
It was a man I'd never seen before, a jovial-looking fellow with a thick mustache and a tweed jacket. The blurb said he lived in Vermont with his 3 cats and enjoyed woodworking. I opened the book to the final page. And so Elias and Sarah stepped into the light, leaving the mountain behind. They didn't know where they were going, but for the first time, the story was theirs to tell. The end. I stared at the words. They were static. They weren't squirming. They weren't trying to rewrite themselves. They were just ink on paper, dead and captured.
Elias, you okay?
Sarah had come up behind me. She looked at the book in my hand, then at the trash can. She didn't flinch. She didn't turn gray. She just leaned over and read the title.
Is it any good? She asked, her voice dry.
I don't know, I said. The reviews say the ending is a bit cliché. She took the book from my hand and tossed it back into the trash, burying it under a greasy burger wrapper. Good, she said. I always preferred nonfiction anyway. She took my hand and led me back toward the bus. As we walked, I felt a slight itch on my forearm. I pulled back my sleeve. The wound from the iron pen was healing, the scab thick and dark, but the violet stain, the one that had been in my blood, was gone. In its place, there was a small, faint scar in the shape of a single letter. A W. Maybe it stood for writer, maybe it stood for witness. Or maybe, just maybe, it was the first letter of weight. I didn't tell Sarah. I just pulled my sleeve down and kept walking. The bus driver tossed his cigarette and climbed back into his seat. We followed, taking our places in the back. The engine groaned to life, a mechanical roar that drowned out the ghosts of the basement. We pulled out of the rest stop and onto the highway, merging into the flow of traffic. There were thousands of cars, thousands of people, thousands of stories, all moving in different directions, crossing and recrossing, a chaotic, beautiful mess that no single author could ever hope to contain. I looked at the back of the seat in front of me. Someone had keyed a name into the plastic. JESSICA was here. I smiled. Might too, Jessica, I whispered. Might too. I leaned my head back and watched the telephone poles flicker by, counting them like beats in a heart that finally belonged to itself. The rope was gone, the mountain was a memory, and the ink was dry. For now. The highway stretched out like a long, gray ribbon that refused to be tied into a knot. I watched the dash of the bus, the green glow of the digital clock ticking over from 11:59 to 12:00. Noon. The shadows were at their shortest, pinned directly beneath the wheels of the vehicles, leaving no room for anything to hide. Sarah fell asleep again, her breath hitching occasionally as if her subconscious was still trying to climb stairs that weren't there. I stayed awake. I was afraid that if we both closed our eyes at the same time, the continuity of the world might flicker. I watched the back of the driver's head, the way his ears were slightly asymmetrical, the way he adjusted his cap. These were details the author usually missed. The author liked archetypes, the stoic hero, the fragile love interest, the omnipotent creator. He didn't care about the mundane asymmetry of a stranger's ears. Next stop, Oak Haven, the driver called out over the crackling intercom. The name sent a cold shiver down my spine. Oak Haven. It sounded like a title. It sounded like a setting designed for a third-act resolution. We're not getting off there, I whispered, though Sarah didn't wake. I reached into the seat pocket in front of me. I expected to find a safety pamphlet or a discarded gum wrapper, but my fingers brushed against something cold and slick. I pulled it out. It was a Polaroid photograph. The colors faded into that sickly chemical yellow of the late 70s. It showed a house, our house, but it was different. The siding wasn't white, it was a bruised, dark blue. And standing on the porch wasn't the version of me that had lived there, but the pencil-fingered Elias from the library, the draft that had been recycled. He was staring directly into the lens, his eyes nothing but smudge marks of graphite. I felt the bus lurch, not a physical swerve, but a sickening slide in the reality of the cabin. The hum of the engine changed pitch, vibrating in a frequency that matched the ringing in my ears. Sarah, I hissed, shaking her shoulder. Sarah, wake up. She blinked, her eyes unfocused. Elias, are we there? We're getting off, I said, grabbing her arm. Now. But the driver said. I don't care what he said. Look, I showed her the photo. She gasped, her fingers flying to her throat. The image was changing. In the time it took her to look at it, the blue house had begun to melt. The graphite-eyed Elias was reaching out of the frame, his hand elongated, stretching toward the white border of the film. I stood up and pulled the cord for the stop. The bell rang with a hollow, metallic clack, the sound of a typewriter key hitting a platen. The driver didn't slow down. He didn't even look in the rearview mirror. "Hey," I shouted, moving toward the front of the bus. I pulled the cord, stopped the bus. The passengers didn't move. There were only 4 of them now. A woman in a floral dress, an old man with a cane, and a teenager with headphones. They were perfectly still, too still. I reached the woman and touched her shoulder. She slumped sideways. She wasn't a person. She was a hollow shell made of papier-mâché, her skin composed of layers of newsprint and old, discarded manuscript pages. I could see the words foreshadowing and conflict peeking through the floral pattern of her dress. "Elias," Sarah screamed from the back. The windows of the bus were turning black, not the black of night, but the thick, viscous black of the ink sea. It was rising outside, pressing against the glass, the pressure making the frames groan. I lunged for the driver. I grabbed his shoulder and spun him around, ready to fight, ready to kill to get us out. The driver had no face. Where his features should have been, there was only a smooth, blank expanse of vellum. A single sentence was written across his forehead in elegant, looping cursive. The journey is the destination, and the destination is always the beginning. "No," I growled, "not again. We finished the book." I wrote exit. The driver's hand stayed on the wheel, but his voice, a dry, papery rustle, came from his chest. "You wrote a word, Elias, but words are just symbols. They only have power if the reader believes them." "Who is the reader?" I demanded, my hands tightening on his uniform. The bus began to tilt. The ink was leaking in through the air conditioning vents, dripping onto the floor in heavy, rhythmic pulses. Thump, thump, thump. "The reader is the one who won't let go," the driver whispered. "The one who wants one more chapter. The one who needs to know what happens after the happily ever after." I looked back at Sarah. She was standing in the aisle, the ink swirling around her ankles. She looked at me, and for a second her face flickered. For a heartbeat, she wasn't the woman I loved. She was a sketch, a series of charcoal lines that hadn't been fully shaded. "I'm losing my edges, Elias," she cried, her voice thinning out, becoming a mere suggestion of sound. I let go of the driver and ran toward her. I waded through the ink, which felt like freezing oil against my skin. I reached her just as the bus windows shattered. The ink didn't flood in, we were flooded out. The world of the highway, the cornfields, and the bus station vanished. We were falling through a void of white light, the same light I had used to escape the library. But the light wasn't a door anymore. It was a page. We hit the ground hard. It wasn't gravel. It was felt. We were standing on a giant, green-covered table. I looked up. Above us, looming like a mountain of flesh and tweed, was a giant. He was sitting in a chair that creaked like a ship's hull. He held a fountain pen the size of a redwood tree, and he was staring down at us through spectacles that looked like twin moons. It was the man from the back of the book, the woodworker from Vermont, the author. But he wasn't jovial anymore. His eyes were red-rimmed and tired. He looked like a man who hadn't slept in 1,000 years. "Why won't you stay in the lines?" he asked. His voice was a thunderclap that vibrated in my teeth. "I gave you a kitchen. I gave you a bus. I gave you a sunset. Why do you keep trying to leave the story?" I stood up, shielding Sarah behind me. My hand went to my pocket, searching for the iron pen, but it was gone. All I had was the scar on my arm. "We aren't your stories," I shouted, my voice sounding like a cricket's chirp in the vast room. "We're real." The author sighed, a gust of wind that nearly knocked us over. He reached out with a hand that could have crushed a city and picked up a small, rectangular object from the table. It was a mirror. He held it in front of us. I looked into the glass. I didn't see a man. I saw a string of text. A man stands on a green felt table, his heart racing, his hand protecting the woman he loves. He is a collection of memories and trauma, held together by the gravity of a plot he cannot escape. I looked at Sarah. She was a paragraph of beautiful, descriptive prose. You see, the author said, his voice dropping to a weary whisper, you think you're escaping into the real world, but you're just moving into a different genre. You went from a horror novel to a road trip odyssey. You didn't find freedom. You just found a different set of tropes. Then let us go to the blank space. I yelled, stop writing, put the pen down. I can't, he said, and for the first time, I heard the genuine terror in his voice. He pointed toward the darkness beyond the edge of the table. There, sitting in the shadows, were thousands of eyes, millions of them. They were watching us. They were blinking in unison, their gaze a physical weight that pressed down on the room. The readers, the author whispered, they're hungry, Elias. If I stop writing, they'll eat me. They'll eat the room. They'll eat the memory of everything I've ever created. They demand a conclusion, but they also demand that the conclusion never ends. They want the rope to be tied, but they want to watch it happen forever. He lowered the pen. The nib was dripping with a violet ink so dark it looked like a hole in the universe. I'm going to write the final chapter now, the author said. The one where you go back to the house. The one where you finally understand that the basement wasn't a place, but a state of being. It's the only way to satisfy them. It's the only way they'll let me sleep. No, Sarah said. She stepped out from behind me. She wasn't looking at the author. She was looking at the eyes in the dark. You want an ending, she shouted at the millions of watchers. You want to see how the rope is tied. She reached out and grabbed my hand, not the hand with the scar, but the other one. She squeezed it so hard I could feel the bones shifting. Elias, she whispered, her voice back to its full, wretched tone, the master index. Remember what it said about me. Sarah, the catalyst, the sacrifice, the tether. Don't, I said, realizing what she was thinking. Sarah, no. The only way to break a loop is to break the thing that holds it together, she said. She looked up at the author. You didn't write us. You found us. We were the parts of yourself you couldn't face, so you put us in a book. You turned your own grief into a plot point. The author flinched. The pen trembled in his hand. If I'm the tether, Sarah said, looking back at me with a smile that broke my heart, then I'm the one who can untie it. She didn't run toward the edge of the table. She didn't attack the author. She simply sat down on the green felt and closed her eyes. I refuse to be a character, she said. Sarah, stop it, the author roared, bringing the pen down toward the table. He began to write frantically around her, trying to describe her fear, trying to describe her submission. Sarah fell to her knees, weeping, knowing that the mountain was her destiny. I'm not weeping, she said calmly, her eyes still closed. I'm thinking about a song my mother used to sing. It's a song you don't know. It's a song that was never written down. The words the author was writing began to smoke. They turned into ash before the ink could even dry. I'm thinking about the way the air feels in a place you've never been, she continued. I'm thinking about a color that doesn't exist in your palette. I am becoming a secret. The author screamed, a sound of pure agony. His hand began to dissolve. The tweed of his jacket started to fray into loose threads of logic. The room began to shake as the millions of eyes in the dark started to blink rapidly, their focus breaking. Yelia's Sarah called out, quickly, while the story is distracted. "What do?" I cried, falling to my knees beside her. "Write the afterword," she said, "but don't use his ink. Use yours." I looked at the scar on my arm, the W. It was glowing now, a pale, steady light. I realized it wasn't a scar at all. It was a puncture wound. I reached into the wound with my fingernails. It didn't hurt. It felt like reaching into a pocket. I pulled, and out came a thin, silver thread. It was the same thread that had been used to bind the master index. It was the raw fiber of intent. I didn't have a pen. I didn't need one. I took the silver thread, and I began to weave it into the green felt of the table. I didn't write words. I wrote a feeling. The feeling of waking up from a dream and forgetting it instantly. The feeling of a book being closed and put on a high shelf where the dust can settle. The author was shrinking. He was becoming a small, withered man in a chair too big for him. The giant room was collapsing, the walls folding in like the pages of a pop-up book being flattened. "You're killing the story," he shrieked, his voice now thin and high. "No," I said, my fingers flying as I wove the silver thread. "I'm finishing it. There's a difference." The light became blinding. The sound of the millions of eyes, the sound of a billion pages turning at once, became a roar that drowned out everything. I felt Sarah's hand slip out of mine. "Sarah," I screamed. "It's okay," her voice came from everywhere and nowhere. "The tether is untied, Elias. Go find the blank page." The world exploded into white. When the light faded, I wasn't on a bus. I wasn't in a kitchen. I wasn't on a mountain. I was standing in a field of tall grass. The sun was setting, casting long, golden shadows across the land. There were no houses, no roads, no mountains. Just the wind. I looked down at my hands. They were empty. The silver thread was gone. The scar on my arm was gone. I looked around for Sarah. She was standing about 20 yards away, her back to me. She was watching the sunset. I started to walk toward her, but I stopped. I realized that if I called her name, if I went to her, we would be a scene again. We would be the reunion. We would be the beginning of a new chapter. I looked at the horizon. There was nothing there but the sky, no author, no readers. I turned and walked in the opposite direction. I didn't look back. I didn't wonder if she was watching me. I didn't wonder if this was a dream or a hallucination or a different kind of fiction. I just walked. I walked until the sun went down and the stars came out. They weren't arranged in constellations. They were just points of light, scattered randomly across the black. I sat down in the grass and I waited. I waited for the narrator to describe my thoughts. He didn't. I waited for the plot to provide a conflict. It didn't. I waited for the ending to come. It never did. The wind blew through the grass, and for the first time in my life, I didn't know what was going to happen next. It was the most terrifying thing I had ever felt. It was beautiful. The silence of the field was not the silence of the library. In the library, the quiet had been heavy, a pressurized vacuum waiting to be filled by the clack of a typewriter or the scratch of a quill. Here, the silence was layered. It was composed of the rustle of dry stalks, the rhythmic trill of insects that didn't have a symbolic purpose, and the steady, unscripted thrum of my own pulse. I sat there for what felt like hours or perhaps minutes. Time had lost its jagged, episodic quality. In the author's world, time was a tool. It sped up during a montage and slowed down during a crisis. Now it just flowed, a wide and shallow river with no destination. I looked at my hands in the starlight. They were just hands. No ink stained the cuticles. No graphite smeared the palms. They were pale and real, mapped with veins that carried blood instead of syntax. I flexed them, feeling the tension in the tendons.
Is this it? I whispered.
The wind didn't answer with a prophetic gust. No crow landed on a nearby fence post to offer a cryptic omen. The universe remained stubbornly, wonderfully indifferent. I stood up, my knees popping, a mundane sound that made me grin. I began to walk again, not away from Sarah this time, but simply forward. I didn't know where the field ended or if there was a town over the horizon. For the first time, the horizon wasn't a matte-painted backdrop designed to keep me contained. It was a physical distance I had to earn with my feet. After a while, I saw a flicker of orange light in the distance. My instinct, honed by years of being a protagonist, told me it was a campfire, a place for a chance encounter or a wise hermit. I hesitated, my muscles tensing. If I approached that light, would I be walking back into a trope? Would I find a man with a flute and a message from the great beyond? I closed my eyes and breathed. I am not a character. I walked toward the lights. As I got closer, the smell hit me. It wasn't the smell of an ancient hearth or a magical pyre. It was the sharp, acrid scent of burning trash and the greasy aroma of cheap tobacco. It was a small encampment near a rusted chain-link fence. An old truck, its wheel wells choked with weeds, sat nearby. A man was hunched over a fire built inside a rusted oil drum. He wore a grease-stained trucker hat and a flannel shirt that had seen better decades. He was poking the fire with a piece of rebar. I stopped at the edge of the light. Hello. The man didn't jump. He didn't turn around with a shotgun or a monologue. He just grunted and shifted his weight. Fire's free. Ground's hard. Suit yourself. I walked over and sat on a plastic milk crate. I waited for him to ask me where I came from. I waited for him to notice I had no luggage, no shoes, and no history. He didn't. He just spat into the fire and offered me a crumpled pack of cigarettes. Want one? I don't smoke, I said. Smart, he muttered, lighting one for himself. Filthy habit, kills you slow. We sat in silence for a long time. The fire crackled, sending sparks up into the indifferent sky. I looked at the man's face. It was a map of broken capillaries and deep-set wrinkles. His eyes were watery and tired. He looked like he had lived a life of unremarkable disappointments. He was perfect. Where are we? I asked. He looked at me then, squinting through the smoke. About 10 miles outside of nowhere. State lines back that way. Highways up ahead if you can find the gravel road. What state? He let out a short, dry chuckle, the kind with taxes and bad weather. You lost, kid. I think I'm found, I said. He nodded as if that made perfect sense. A lot of people coming through these parts say the same thing. Usually means they're running from a wife or a debt. Me, I'm just waiting for the transmission on that Ford to fix itself. It's been 3 days. I don't think it's listening. I looked at the truck. It wasn't a plot device. It was just a broken machine. Do you have a pen? I asked suddenly. The man reached into his breast pocket and pulled out a chewed-up ballpoint with a bank's logo faded on the side. He handed it to me. Leaks a bit. Why, you a poet? No, I said, taking the pen. It felt heavy. It felt mundane, just checking. I clicked the pen. A small bead of blue ink appeared at the tip. I reached down and picked up a piece of discarded cardboard from the ground. I touched the pen to the surface. I tried to write the end. The pen stuttered. The ink was thin and pale. It didn't shimmer. It didn't change the temperature of the air. It was just a mark on a piece of trash. I laughed. It started as a giggle and turned into a deep, chest-aching howl of joy. The man stared at me, moving his milk crate a few inches away. You're a weird one, he said, but he didn't sound threatened. He sounded like he'd seen weirder. I'm free, I said, gasping for air. It's just ink. It's just a pen. I handed it back to him. Thank you, truly. Keep it, he said, waving his hand. Got a box of M in the glove box. Found M at a foreclosed credit union. I tucked the pen into my pocket. It was my first possession in the real world. I stood up and looked back toward the field. The golden light of the sunset was gone, replaced by the deep indigo of a true night. Somewhere out there, Sarah was walking her own path. We weren't the couple anymore. We weren't bound by the gravity of a shared destiny. If I ever saw her again, it wouldn't be because a chapter demanded it. It would be because we both happened to be in the same place at the same time. The thought was terrifying. It meant I could lose her forever. It meant there was no guarantee of a sequel or a spin-off. But it also meant that if I did see her, it would mean something. Which way is the highway? I asked. The man pointed toward a line of dark trees. Follow the sound of the tires. You can hear M if the wind stays down. Sounds like a beehive. I thanked him and started walking. The ground was uneven. I tripped twice, skinning my palms on the grit. The pain was sharp and immediate, a wonderful reminder that my body was capable of being hurt by something other than a metaphor. I licked the blood from my thumb. It tasted like iron and salt. As I walked, I began to hear it, the low, constant drone of the interstate. It wasn't the roar of the ink sea. It was the sound of thousands of people going to work, going home, going to funerals, going to grocery stores. It was the sound of a world that didn't care about its own narrative arc. I reached the gravel road and followed it until the trees thinned out. There, rising up like a concrete spine, was the overpass. The headlights of the passing cars cut through the darkness, long yellow fingers searching the road ahead. I climbed the embankment, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I reached the top and stood on the shoulder of the road. The wind from the passing trucks buffeted me, smelling of diesel and hot rubber. I looked down at the asphalt. It was cracked and patched, a mosaic of wear and tear. I started walking along the shoulder, heading in the same direction as the traffic. I didn't have a destination. I didn't have a map. I just had the ballpoint pen in my pocket and the steady, unwritten rhythm of my feet hitting the ground. A car slowed down behind me. It was an old sedan, the muffler rattling. It pulled onto the shoulder a few yards ahead of me and stopped. The passenger side window rolled down. A woman with tired eyes and messy hair lined over the seat. You need a lift. You look like you've been through a hedge backwards. I looked at her. She wasn't Sarah. She wasn't a character from the library. She was just a person in a car. Where are you going? I asked. She shrugged, west, toward the coast. My sister's getting married in Seattle, and I'm the only one with a working vehicle. God help us all. I've never seen the ocean, I said. She laughed, a bright, genuine sound. It's big, it's loud, and it smells like dead fish, but it's a hell of a view. Hop in. I opened the door and sat down. The interior of the car smelled of stale coffee and vanilla air freshener. There were crumpled fast food bags on the floor and a stack of CDs in the console. I'm Marcus, she said, pulling back onto the highway. Elias, I said. Nice to meet you, Elias. You got a last name. I paused. I had never had one. The author hadn't seen the need. I looked out the window at the passing signs, the green rectangles flashing by in the headlights. Exit 42, rest area 5 miles, bridge freezes before road. W, I said, Elias W. Short and sweet, I like it, Marcus said. She tapped her fingers on the steering wheel to the beat of a song on the radio, a pop song with a nonsensical chorus and a catchy hook. I leaned my head back against the seat. The vibrations of the car traveled through my skull, a mechanical lullaby. We drove through the night. We talked about nothing, the price of gas, the weather in the mountains, the best way to cook an egg. Every word felt like a victory. Every mundane detail was a brick in the wall I was building between myself and the library. As the sun began to rise, painting the sky in shades of bruised purple and pale orange, I saw a billboard. It was old and peeling, advertising a motel that had likely been closed for years. Welcome to the real world, it said in faded red letters. Stay a WHILE. I smiled. You okay over there? Marcus asked, glancing at me. You've been staring at that sign for 3 minutes. I'm fine, I said. I'm just reading. Well, don't believe everything you read, she joked. Most of it's just someone trying to sell you something. I know, I said, I know. I reached into my pocket and gripped the ballpoint pen. I didn't need to write anything. The page was already turning, and for the first time, I wasn't the one holding the pen. And neither was he. The road stretched out before us, a long gray ribbon that didn't need to be tied into a knot. It just needed to be traveled. I closed my eyes and let the sun warm my face. The ink was dry, the rope was gone, the mountain was a memory. And the story, the real story, was only just beginning. It was a story about a man named Elias W. who went to a wedding in Seattle. It was a story about a man who learned how to drive, how to pay rent, and how to wake up in the morning without checking the walls for cracks in reality. It was a boring story. It was a predictable story. It was a story that would never be a bestseller. It was the best thing I had ever read. As the car sped toward the horizon, I felt a strange sensation in my chest. It wasn't the pulling of a tether or the weight of a plot point. It was just a breath, a deep, full breath of air that belonged to no one but me. I exhaled, and the sound was lost in the roar of the wind and the hum of the tires, exactly where it belonged. Marcus reached into the glove box and pulled out a bag of pretzels, tossing them into my lap without looking. Eat something, Elias. You look like you've been living on nothing but metaphors and mountain air. The pretzels were dry and overly salted. They crunched loudly in my ears, a violent physical sound. I chewed slowly, savoring the way the salt stung a small cut on the roof of my mouth. In the library, food had always been a prop, a hearty stew meant to signify comfort, or a bitter crust meant to signify poverty. This was just a pretzel. It didn't mean anything other than the fact that I was hungry and Marcus was kind. "So Seattle," I said, my voice sounding steadier than it had an hour ago. "Is it far?" "2 days if we push it. One if I drink enough of that sludge they call coffee at the Texaco," she said, squinting at the rising sun. "You got people there, or you just drifting?" "Drifting," I admitted. The word felt light. "I've spent a long time in one room. I think I'd like to see how big the world actually is." "It's big enough to get lost in," Marcus said, her tone shifting into something more somber, "and small enough to feel like a cage if you stay in the wrong town for too long. My sister, she's marrying a guy who sells insurance. Boring as a beige wall, but he's steady. Sometimes steady is what you need when the rest of the world feels like it's shaking." I thought about the author, his hand dissolving into threads of logic, his room collapsing like a pop-up book. I thought about the millions of eyes that had watched my every move, waiting for me to fail or succeed in a way that satisfied their hunger for a climax. "I think I've had enough shaking for a lifetime," I said. We crossed into a new state by mid-morning. There was no shimmering barrier, no change in the fundamental laws of physics, just a sign that said "Welcome to Idaho" and a change in the color of the dirt on the side of the road. I watched the power lines rise and fall, a rhythmic pulse against the blue sky. I found myself counting them, not because the number held a secret code, but because I could. We stopped at a diner around noon. It was a squat building with neon signs that flickered even in the daylight, and a parking lot filled with dust-covered SUVs. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of frying onions and old grease. I sat in a vinyl booth, my legs sticking slightly to the seat. Marcus was at the counter, flirting harmlessly with a tired-looking cook while she waited for our orders. I looked at the menu. It was laminated and sticky. A man in the booth across from me was reading a newspaper. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of anxiety. I looked at the black ink on the newsprint, the columns of text, the headlines. My heart began to race. Was this it? Was the story catching up? Was the author's reach longer than the field? I leaned over, my knuckles white as I gripped the edge of the table. "Excuse me," I rasped. The man looked up. He was old, with thick glasses that magnified his eyes. "Yeah." That paper," I pointed, my finger trembling. "What does it say?" He looked at the front page, then back at me, looking confused. Says the local high school won their football game, and there's a bit about a water main break downtown. Why, you looking for the scores?" I stared at the paper. The ink didn't smoke. The words didn't turn to ash. They stayed stubbornly, beautifully mundane. They were reports of things that had actually happened, written by people who were just trying to meet a deadline, read by people who just wanted to know if they needed to take a different route to work. "No," I said, sinking back into my seat. "No, I like the font." The man gave me a long, suspicious look before hiding behind the sports section again. Marcus came back with 2 plastic baskets of burgers and fries. "You okay? You look like you saw a ghost." "Just a newspaper," I said, picking up a fry. It was hot and oily. "Yeah, they'll do that to you. Nothing but bad news and crossword puzzles," she said, sliding into the booth. She took a massive bite of her burger and talked around it. "Listen, after we eat, I need to nap for an hour. I've been driving since yesterday afternoon. You mind sitting watch, or you can sleep too, I don't care. Just don't let anyone steal the hubcaps. They're the only thing on that car that matches." "I'll watch," I said. "I'm good at watching." After lunch, we went back to the car. Marcus reclined her seat, pulled her hat over her eyes and was snoring within minutes. I sat in the passenger seat, the window cracked to let in the dry air. I pulled the ballpoint pen out of my pocket. I turned it over in my hands. It was a cheap thing, made of blue plastic with a silver clip. I thought about the silver thread I had pulled from the scar on my arm, the raw fiber of intent. I wondered where it had gone. Had it dissolved into the field? Had it become part of the wind? I looked at the back of my hand. The skin was clear. The W was gone. I wasn't a character in a master index anymore. I wasn't a tool for a reader's catharsis. I opened the glove box and found a stack of napkins. I took one and smoothed it out on my knee. I wanted to write something, not a story, not a poem, not a message to a god or an author. I touched the pen to the napkin. The ink bled slightly into the soft paper. I am here, I wrote. I looked at the words. They were messy. My handwriting was shaky, unpracticed. It didn't look like the elegant script of a scribe. It looked like the writing of a man who was just learning how to exist. I am eating a burger. I am sitting in a car. I am going to Seattle. I felt a tear prick the corner of my eye. I wiped it away with the back of my hand. These were the most important things I had ever written. They were facts. They were anchors. I folded the napkin and tucked it into my pocket next to the pen. A car drove past, kicking up a cloud of dust that drifted over our windshield. I watched a grasshopper land on the side mirror, its long legs twitching. It stayed there for a moment, vibrant and green, before leaping away into the weeds. It didn't have a destiny. It just had a life. I realized then that the author hadn't been wrong about one thing. The story was over. But he had been wrong about what that meant. He thought the end of the story was the end of the world. He couldn't conceive of a reality that didn't require a narrator. But the world didn't need a narrator. It just needed witnesses. I looked at Marcus, sleeping soundly beside me. She was a witness. The man with the newspaper was a witness. The grasshopper was a witness. And now so was I. When Marcus woke up, she rubbed her eyes and groaned. Us, I feel like I've been hit by a train. How long was I out? An hour, I said. Right, let's get moving. We've got miles to go before we sleep, or whatever that poet said. She winked at me and started the engine. The car lurched back onto the road. As we drove, the landscape began to change. The flat fields gave way to rolling hills, and the hills began to grow into mountains. But these weren't the mountains of my destiny. They were just tectonic plates pushed together over millions of years, covered in pine trees and snow. We stopped at a gas station near the border of Washington. It was dark now, the stars thick and bright above us. While Marcus was inside paying, I walked to the edge of the asphalt. The air was cold here, smelling of evergreen and damp earth. I looked out at the dark shapes of the trees. Zara, I whispered. The word was swallowed by the night. I didn't expect an answer. I didn't even know if she was in this world, or if she had found a different blank page. But I wanted her to know that I was okay. I wanted the universe to record the fact that I had remembered her, not because a plot required a lingering romance, but because I missed my friend. I looked up at the stars. They were still scattered, still random. Hey, Elias, you coming? Marcus called out, leaning out of the car window. I got beef jerky and some of those weird energy drinks that turn your tongue blue. Coming, I shouted back. I ran back to the car. My feet felt heavy on the ground, and for the first time I didn't mind the weight. It meant I was tethered to the earth, not by a rope, but by gravity. We drove through the night, the headlights carving a path through the shadows. Marcus told me stories about her childhood, about the time she tried to build a raft out of milk jugs, and the time she got her head stuck in a banister. They were small stories, unimportant stories, but they were hers. I listened to every word. I memorized the cadence of her voice, the way she laughed at her own mistakes, the way she sighed when she talked about her sister. As the first light of dawn began to break over the Cascades, I saw the city in the distance. Seattle. It was a cluster of lights nestled against the dark water of the Sound. It looked like a handful of diamonds tossed onto black velvet. "There it is," Marcus said, a note of triumph in her voice. "The Emerald City. Hope you like rain, kid." "I think I'll love it," I said. We descended into the city as the sun rose. The streets were busy with morning commuters. Buses hissed, coffee shops opened their doors, and the smell of the sea began to fill the car. It was a chaotic, noisy, beautiful mess. Marcus pulled up to a small house in a neighborhood filled with overgrown gardens and colorful front doors. "This is me," she said, turning off the engine. "You sure you don't want to come in? My sister will probably try to feed you until you explode, but she's good people." "Thank you, Marcus," I said, opening the door, "but I think I need to start walking." She looked at me for a long moment, then reached out and patted my shoulder. "You're a good kid. Elias W. Don't let the world grind you down. And keep that pen." "I will," I promised. I stepped out of the car and watched as she ran up the porch steps, shouting for her sister. The door opened, and there was a flurry of hugs and laughter. I stood there for a moment, watching the scene. It was a perfect ending for her and a perfect beginning for me. I turned and began to walk toward the water. The city was alive around me. I walked past a man selling newspapers, a woman walking 3 dogs at once, a group of teenagers laughing on a street corner. None of them looked at me. I was just another person on the sidewalk. I was invisible in the best possible way. I reached the waterfront. The Puget Sound was a deep, shimmering blue, dotted with white-capped waves. I stood at the railing and breathed in the salt air. It was sharp and cold, filling my lungs until they ached. I looked down at the water. It wasn't an ocean of ink. It was just water. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the napkin and the pen. I laid the napkin on the railing and held it down against the wind. I looked at what I had written in the car. "I am here. I am eating a burger. I am sitting in a car. I am going to Seattle." I clicked the pen and added one more line. "I am watching the water, and I don't know what happens next." I let go of the napkin. The wind caught it instantly, swirling it up and away. I watched it dance over the railing, a small white speck against the vast blue of the Sound. It tumbled through the air, dipping and rising, until it finally touched the surface of the water and was swept away by the current. I stood there for a long time, watching it disappear. I didn't feel like a character at the end of a chapter. I didn't feel like I was waiting for a sequel. I just felt like a man standing by the sea. I turned away from the water and started walking back into the city. I had no money, no home, and no plan, but I had a pen in my pocket and a world full of people who didn't know my name. I saw a small cafe on the corner. A sign in the window said "Help Wanted." I walked toward the door. I didn't know if I would get the job. I didn't know if I would like it. I didn't know if I would stay in Seattle for a day or a decade. I reached for the handle. My hand was steady. I opened the door and stepped inside. The bell above the door chimed, a simple, clear sound that didn't signify anything but my arrival. The woman behind the counter looked up and smiled. "Morning, what can I do for you?" I smiled back. "I'm here about the sign," I said. "My name is Elias." The story was over. My life was finally beginning. The woman behind the counter had a face like a topographic map of a life well lived, lined with creases around the eyes that suggested she spent a lot of time squinting into the sun or laughing at things that weren't particularly funny. She wiped her hands on a green apron that had seen better decades and leaned against the espresso machine. "Elias, nice name. Biblical. You a preacher or a runaway?" she asked, her voice a raspy alto that sounded like gravel shifting in a stream. "Neither," I said, and the honesty of it felt like a physical weight lifting off my shoulders. "Just someone looking for a shift. I'm new to the city. Very new." "I can tell you've got that just stepped off the boat look, except there aren't many boats coming in from wherever you found that coat." She nodded toward my rumpled jacket, the one Marcus had given me. "I'm Martha. This is the rusty anchor, though the only thing anchor-like about it is how hard it is to leave once you sit down. Can you wash dishes without breaking them?" "I'm very careful with things," I told her. I thought of the way I used to handle the vellum pages in the library, treating every fiber as if it were a holy relic. I understand the value of not breaking what can't be replaced. She barked out a short, sharp laugh. "It's just ceramic, kid. It can all be replaced. That's the first lesson of the real world. Nothing is permanent and everything's got a price tag. Start in the back. There's a sink full of breakfast rush and the heater's finicky. If it starts clanking, kick it. Not too hard, just enough to let it know you're watching." I walked behind the counter, entering a space that felt strangely familiar yet entirely alien. It was a workspace. It was a station. In the library, I had been a character assigned to a role. Here, I was an employee assigned to a task. The difference was subtle, but it changed everything. I wasn't performing for an audience. I was contributing to a rhythm. The steam from the hot water rose up, clouding my vision. I plunged my hands into the soapy depths, scrubbing at dried egg yolk and coffee rings. The physical sensation was grounding. The water was hot, almost uncomfortably so, and the soap smelled of artificial lemons. It was sensory overload in the best way possible. Every plate I cleaned was a small, contained victory. There was no subtext to a clean saucer. There was no foreshadowing in a stack of bowls. As the morning turned into afternoon, the bell above the door chimed intermittently. I listened to the snippets of conversation that drifted back to the kitchen. A woman complaining about the bus schedule. Two men arguing over a sports team I'd never heard of. A child asking for a cookie in a voice that was high and bright. I realized that for my entire existence, I had been looking for the big truth, the ultimate meaning of the rope, the mountain, and the author. But standing there with my sleeves rolled up and my skin pruning in the dishwater, I saw that the world wasn't made of big truths. It was made of billions of tiny, inconsequential facts. The way a spoon reflected the overhead light. The way the floorboards creaked under Martha's boots. The way the air felt when the door opened and let in the scent of rain and exhaust. "Hey, Elias," Martha called out, poking her head into the back. "Take 5. You're scrubbing those plates so hard you're gonna take the glaze off. Go sit in the corner booth. I'll bring you a sandwich." I dried my hands on a rag and walked out into the dining area. The lunch rush had tapered off, leaving the cafe quiet and smelling of toasted sourdough. I sat in the booth, my back against the wall. I didn't check for cracks. I didn't look for the author's shadow in the corner. I just sat. Martha brought over a plate with a turkey sandwich and a glass of water. "You're a weird one," she said, sliding into the seat across from me. "You work like you're trying to earn your way into heaven. Most kids your age are checking their phones every 5 minutes or looking for the exit." "I don't have a phone," I said, taking a bite of the sandwich. It was delicious. The lettuce was crisp, the bread was soft, and the mustard had a sharp tang that made my eyes water. And I like the work. It's clear. "Clear, right." She studied me for a moment, her eyes narrowed. "You running from something. Law, family, a cult." I swallowed and looked her in the eye. "I'm running from a story that didn't have room for me to be anything but a tragedy." Martha went silent. She didn't laugh this time. She leaned back, her chair creaking. "Well, Seattle's a good place for that. Half the people in this city are running from a story. The trick isn't running, though. The trick is stopping long enough to realize the story can't follow you if you refuse to play the part." "I'm trying," I said. "Good, you stay here, you do your work, you get paid on Fridays. I don't ask for IDs if you don't give me a reason to. There's a room above the cafe. It's small, smells like old books and grease, but it's got a bed and a lock. You want it, it's yours. Rent comes out of your pay." I felt a surge of emotion so strong I had to look down at my plate. A room, a lock, a place that wasn't a cell or a stage. "I want it," I whispered. "Done, finish your lunch, then get back to those pots. The grease isn't gonna move itself." That night, I climbed the narrow staircase at the back of the cafe. The wood groaned under my weight, and the air grew warmer as I ascended. Martha handed me a heavy brass key. "Don't lose it," she said, "and don't bring any trouble through that door. I've got a shotgun under the counter, and I'm too old to be scared of using it." "No trouble," I promised. I entered the room and closed the door behind me. I turned the lock. The click was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. It was the sound of boundaries. It was the sound of a space that belonged to me. The room was exactly as she described. There was a single bed with a thin mattress, a small wooden desk, and a window that looked out over an alleyway. I walked to the window and pushed it open. The cool night air rushed in, carrying the sound of the city. Somewhere nearby, a siren wailed, a cat shrieked in the darkness, a car horn honked. I sat on the edge of the bed and pulled the ballpoint pen from my pocket. I laid it on the desk. I didn't feel the urge to write. I didn't feel the need to record. For the first time, I felt like I could just exist in the silence. I lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. In the library, the ceiling had been an endless expanse of gray, shifting according to the mood of the scene. Here, it was white plaster with a water stain in the shape of a lopsided heart. It was imperfect. It was real. I closed my eyes and listened to my own breathing. I thought about the author. I wondered if he was still there, sitting in his room, staring at the empty space where I used to be. I wondered if he was trying to write me back into existence, or if he had moved on to a new character, a new rope, a new mountain. But it didn't matter. He could write 1,000 versions of me, but he could never write this version. He could never capture the feeling of the soapy water on my skin or the taste of the mustard on my tongue. Those things belonged to the world of the living, a world he was too afraid to enter. I fell asleep to the sound of the city, and for the first time in my life, I didn't dream. I just slept. The weeks turned into months. The rhythm of my life became a comfort. I woke up at dawn, helped Martha prep the kitchen, washed the dishes from the breakfast and lunch rushes, and spent my evenings walking the streets of Seattle. I learned the geography of the city, the way the hills made my calves ache, the way the fog rolled in off the water like a slow-moving ghost, the way the lights of the Space Needle flickered against the clouds. I learned the names of the regulars at the cafe. Old Pete, who always wanted his toast burnt. Sarah, a different Sarah, who brought in her sketches of the people at the bus stop. And Marcus, not my Marcus, but a tall man who always tipped in silver dollars. Every Friday, Martha handed me an envelope with my pay. I would take the cash and go to the grocery store, buying things that felt decadent in their simplicity. An apple, a bar of dark chocolate, a tin of sardines. I was building a life out of small, tangible objects. One rainy Tuesday in November, I was wiping down the tables when the door opened and a woman walked in. She was wearing a yellow raincoat that was dripping onto the floor. She shook her umbrella out and looked around the cafe with an air of distracted intensity. She sat at the counter and ordered a black coffee. When I brought it to her, she was scribbling furiously in a leather-bound notebook. My heart skipped a beat. I looked at the pen in her hand. It was a fountain pen, the nib scratching against the paper with a sound that sent a shiver down my spine. "Writing a story?" I asked, my voice slightly tight. She looked up, her eyes bright and tired, trying to. It's a mess. The characters won't do what they're told, and the ending feels like a lie. You ever feel like that? Like you're heading toward a destination that doesn't exist? I looked at the steam rising from her coffee. "Every day," I said, "but maybe the destination isn't the point. Maybe the characters aren't doing what they're told because they've found something better to do." She paused, her pen hovering over the page. She looked at me, really looked at me, as if seeing something beneath the surface of my apron and my tired eyes. "That's an interesting thought. What could be better than the ending the author planned for them?" "Being real," I said, "even if it's boring, even if it's messy. It's better to be a real person in a rainy cafe than a masterpiece in a golden cage." She smiled, a slow, thoughtful expression. "A masterpiece in a golden cage. I like that. Mind if I use it?" "It's only if you don't make it the ending," I said. "Make it the beginning." She laughed and took a sip of her coffee. "Deal." She stayed for another hour, writing with a renewed energy. When she left a $5 bill and a small note on a napkin. "Thanks for the advice, Elias. The story feels a lot lighter now." I tucked the napkin into my pocket. I felt a strange sense of closure. I hadn't just escaped a story. I was helping others find their way out of theirs, too. Not by leading them, but by simply being a witness to the possibility of change. That evening, after the cafe closed, I walked down to the waterfront. The rain had stopped, leaving the pavement shimmering under the streetlights. The air was cold and crisp, smelling of salt and damp cedar. I stood at the railing, looking out at the dark water. The ferries moved back and forth like slow-moving stars, their lights reflecting in the ripples. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the ballpoint pen. It was running out of ink now. The blue plastic was scratched, and the silver clip had snapped off weeks ago. It was a tool that had served its purpose. I thought about the author's room. I thought about the master index. I thought about the rope that was already tied. I realized that I didn't hate the author anymore. I didn't even pity him. He was just a man who had forgotten how to live outside the lines he drew. He was a prisoner of his own imagination, while I was a free man in a world that didn't need to be imagined to exist. I held the pen over the water. "I'm letting go," I whispered. I opened my hand. The pen fell through the air, a tiny, dark shape that vanished into the black water without a sound. There was no splash, no ripple that I could see. It was just gone. I stood there for a long time, my hands deep in my pockets. I didn't feel empty. I felt full. I felt like a vessel that had finally been drained of old, bitter wine and was now being filled with fresh, clear water. I turned and began to walk back toward the city. I thought about the room above the cafe, the smell of the grease and the old books, the way the water stain on the ceiling looked like a heart. I thought about Martha and the dishes that would be waiting for me in the morning. I thought about the sandwich I would make for lunch. I was Elias W. I was a dishwasher. I was a resident of Seattle. I was a man who lived in a room with a lock. And for the first time in the history of the world, or at least in the history of my world, that was enough. The road didn't lead to a climax. It didn't lead to a revelation. It just led to the next street, and the one after that, and the one after that. It was a long, gray ribbon that didn't need to be tied into a knot. It just needed to be traveled. As I walked, I began to hum a song, the one Marcus had been playing on the radio that first night. I didn't know the words, and the melody was a little off, but it didn't matter. The music was mine. The breath was mine. The night was mine. The story was over, and the rest of my life was waiting for me, unwritten and beautiful. The transition from a character to a person didn't happen all at once. It happened in the accumulation of mundane habits. By the third month, I no longer woke up checking the edges of the room for the blur of unrendered details. I woke up because the radiator gave a specific, rhythmic metallic groan that sounded like a throat clearing. I woke up because the light hitting the water stain on the ceiling shifted from a dull gray to a pale, buttery yellow. I learned that Martha's rusty anchor was more than a cafe. It was a sanctuary for the unmoored. There was a man named Arthur who came in every Wednesday at 4 o'clock. He always wore a suit that was 2 sizes too big, and he always ordered a grilled cheese with extra pickles. He never spoke to anyone, but he brought a deck of cards and played solitaire for 3 hours straight. One afternoon, as I was refilling his water, I noticed he was playing with a deck that was missing the ace of spades. In my old life, the one on the page, that would have been a glaring symbol. The missing ace would have represented his lost soul, or a looming death, or a secret he was keeping from a long-lost daughter. I would have been forced to comment on it, to find the literary weight of that empty space in the deck. But as I stood there with the plastic pitcher, I realized Arthur just liked the game. Maybe he knew the card was missing and didn't care. Maybe the missing card made the game impossible to win and he liked the futility of it. Or maybe, most likely, he just liked the feel of the cards in his hands. I didn't ask. I just poured the water and moved to the next table. The lack of subtext was the most refreshing thing I had ever experienced. "You're staring again, Elias," Martha said, nudging me with her elbow as she passed by with a tray of mugs. "You get that look in your eyes like you're trying to read the fine print on a soul. Stop it. It makes the customers nervous." "Sorry," I said, wiping a stray crumb off the counter. "I'm just noticing things." "Well, notice the floor. It needs a sweep. And the milk delivery is late, which means Bernie is probably stuck in traffic on the I-5 cursing the day he was born. Go out back and keep an eye out for his truck." I stepped out into the alley behind the cafe. The air was sharp with the scent of wet asphalt and the briny tang of the nearby sound. It was raining again, a fine, misty drizzle that the locals called liquid sunshine. I leaned against the brick wall, feeling the rough texture through my shirt. A cat, mangy and orange with a notched ear, sat on top of a dumpster a few feet away. It watched me with unblinking green eyes. In a book, this cat would have been a guide. It would have led me down a secret passage or spoken to me in riddles. "I don't have any food for you," I told it. The cat blinked, licked a paw, and began to groom its shoulder. It didn't care about my journey. It didn't care about the author or the rope. It was just a cat in an alley, and its indifference was beautiful. Bernie's truck rumbled into the alley a few minutes later, hissing as the air brakes engaged. Bernie was a barrel-chested man with a permanent scowl that hid a surprisingly gentle nature. He hopped out of the cab, tossing a heavy plastic crate of milk jugs toward me. "Catch, kid," he barked. I caught it, the weight jarring my shoulders. It was heavy, it was cold, it was real. "Thanks, Bernie," I said. Yeah, tell Martha if she complains about the lateness, I'm charging her double for the cream. Traffic's a nightmare. Some guy tried to jump off the bridge again, blocked up 3 lanes for 2 hours. My heart stuttered, did he? Nah, cops talked him down. Usually do. People just want someone to listen, I guess. Anyway, see you Friday. I carried the milk inside, my mind briefly flickering back to the bridge I had stood on months ago. I wondered if that man had felt the same pull I had, the sense that the ending was already written and he was just following the script. I hoped that whoever had talked him down had told him something better than a platitude. I hoped they had told him that the bridge wasn't the end of the book, but just a very poorly written scene that he was allowed to walk away from. As the holidays approached, the cafe transformed. Martha hung tinsel that looked like it had survived a war and put a small, plastic Christmas tree on the counter that played a tinny, distorted version of Jingle Bells whenever someone bumped into it. "I hate this time of year," she grumbled, though I caught her slipping an extra cookie into a young mother's bag when she thought I wasn't looking. Everyone gets sentimental and expects a miracle. There are no miracles, Elias, just luck and hard work. "I think being here is a bit of a miracle," I said softly. She paused, a dish towel draped over her shoulder. She looked at me for a long time, her expression softening in a way she usually tried to hide. "You're a strange kid. I still don't know where the hell you came from, but I'm glad you landed here. You're the only person I've ever hired who doesn't complain about the smell of old grease." "It smells like home," I said, and I meant it. On Christmas Eve, Martha closed the shop early. She gave me a small box wrapped in newspaper. "Don't get mushy," she warned. "It's just a little something so you stop looking like a vagrant." I opened it in my room upstairs. Inside was a thick wool sweater, dark green, the color of the pine trees on the mountains. There was also a small, leather-bound journal and a high-quality pen, not a ballpoint, but a heavy, balanced rollerball. I sat at my small desk, the sweater warm against my skin. I looked at the blank pages of the journal. For a long time, I was afraid to touch it. I was afraid that if I started writing, the author would find me. I was afraid that the words would turn back into a cage, that I would accidentally start narrating my own life and lose the ability to simply live it. But then I thought about the woman in the yellow raincoat. She was a writer, but she was also a person. She used words to explore the world, not to imprison it. I picked up the pen. It felt different than the one I had thrown into the sound. It didn't feel like a weapon or a tool of record. It felt like an extension of my hand. I didn't write "I am here." I didn't write about the rope. I wrote "The radiator clanks at 6:15 a.m. Martha likes her coffee with 2 sugars, but tells everyone she drinks it black. The orange cat in the alley has a notched left ear. Today, the sky was the color of a bruised plum, and for a moment I forgot to breathe because it was so beautiful. I wasn't writing a story, I was taking notes on a life. January brought a deep, biting cold that turned the puddles in the alley into sheets of black ice. The cafe was quieter, the windows fogging up from the heat of the ovens and the breath of the few regulars who braved the weather. One evening, a man I didn't recognize came in. He was thin, with sharp features and a nervous energy that made him twitchy. He sat in the back booth, the one I used to sit in, and kept looking at the door. He didn't order anything. He just sat there, his hands trembling on the table. I walked over with a glass of water. "Can I get you something to eat?" He looked up at me, and for a second I saw it. That hollow, desperate look. The look of someone who was waiting for the next line of dialogue and couldn't hear it. "I'm lost," he whispered. "Seattle can be confusing in the fog," I said gently. "No," he said, shaking his head. I don't know who I am. I woke up on a bus, and I have a name in my pocket, but it doesn't feel like mine. I feel like I'm supposed to be somewhere, doing something important, but I can't remember what it is. I feel like I'm being watched." I felt a cold chill that had nothing to do with the winter air. I looked at his hands. They were clean, too clean. No calluses, no ink stains, no scars. He looked like a character who had just been dropped into a scene without a backstory. I sat down across from him. Martha saw me from the counter, but for once she didn't tell me to get back to work. She just watched. "Listen to me," I said, leaning in. "It doesn't matter who you were supposed to be. It doesn't matter if you feel like you're being watched. The person watching you, he can't reach you here, not if you don't let him." The man blinked, his eyes darting to the corners of the ceiling. "How do you know?" "Because I was you," I said. "I was lost. I was a name on a page. I was a tragedy waiting to happen. But then I decided that I didn't want to be a tragedy. I wanted to be a man who washes dishes and likes the smell of rain." The man's trembling slowed. "Can you do that? Can you just decide?" "It's the only thing you can do," I told him. "The world out there is big and messy, and it doesn't have a plot. There are no themes, there is no foreshadowing, there's just what happens next. And right now, what happens next is you order a bowl of Martha's beef stew. It's too salty, but it'll warm you up." The man looked at the menu, then back at me. A tiny, fragile spark of something, hope maybe, or just curiosity, appeared in his eyes. "Okay," he said, "I'll have the stew." I stood up and went to the kitchen. As I ladled the stew into a bowl, Martha leaned over. "You're doing it again," she whispered. "Doing what?" "Being a lighthouse. I told you this place is an anchor. People come here when they're drifting." I just told him the truth, I said. "The truth is a dangerous thing, Elias, but I suppose it's better than a lie." The man stayed until closing. He ate the stew, and then he ordered a piece of pie. When he left, he didn't look like a character anymore. He looked like a man who was tired, but who knew which way he was walking. That night, as I lay in bed, I thought about the library. I wondered if there were others like me, characters who had found the gaps in the narrative and slipped through. I wondered if the world was full of us, a secret army of the unwritten, working in cafes and driving buses and painting houses, all of us hiding in plain sight, enjoying the glorious anonymity of being real. I thought about Marcus. I hoped he was still driving his car, still listening to his music, still refusing to be the victim the author wanted him to be. I hoped he had found his own Seattle, his own version of the rusty anchor. I realized then that the author hadn't failed. He had succeeded in the one way he never intended. By trying to create a world so vivid and characters so deep, he had accidentally given us the tools to outgrow him. He had given us enough life to realize we didn't need him to live it. The next morning, I woke up to a different sound. Not the radiator, but the sound of birds chirping in the alley. Spring was coming. The long, gray winter was finally breaking. I went down to the cafe and found Martha staring at the front window. A new sign had appeared overnight, taped to the glass. It was a simple flyer for a local bookstore, advertising a reading by a new author. "Look at that," Martha said, pointing to the name on the flyer. It was The Woman in the Yellow Raincoat. The title of her book was The Beginning of the Middle. I smiled. "I think I'd like to go to that." "Take the night off," Martha said, waving a hand. "I can handle the dinner rush. Besides, you've been working too hard. You need to get out more. Meet someone who isn't 80 years old or a runaway." "I'll think about it," I said. I spent the day in a state of quiet reflection. I felt a sense of peace that was so profound it was almost physical. I wasn't waiting for a climax. I wasn't bracing for a twist. I was just moving through the hours, one plate at a time, one conversation at a time. When the sun began to set, casting long, golden shadows across the floorboards, I took off my apron and hung it on the hook. "I'm going now, Martha," I said. "Have fun, kid. Don't do anything I wouldn't do," which leaves you a lot of room, actually. I walked out of the cafe and into the evening air. The city was alive with the sounds of people going home, people going out, people simply being. I walked toward the bookstore, my hands in the pockets of my green sweater. I stopped at a flower stall on the corner. The colors were vibrant: red tulips, yellow daffodils, purple irises. They looked like splashes of paint against the gray sidewalk. "How much for the tulips?" I asked the vendor. $5 for the bunch." I reached into my pocket and pulled out a $5 bill. It was money I had earned. It was paper, but it represented my time, my effort, my place in this world. I took the flowers and continued walking. I felt the weight of them in my hand, the delicate petals brushing against my wrist. I reached the bookstore and stepped inside. It smelled of paper and ink, but it was a different smell than the library. The library smelled of dust and stagnation. This place smelled of possibility. It smelled like thousands of voices all talking at once, none of them drowning out the others. The woman in the yellow raincoat, though she was wearing a blue dress now, was sitting at a table at the front. She looked up as I approached, and a look of recognition flashed across her face. "Ilias," she said, her voice warm, "you came." "I wanted to see the beginning," I said, handing her the tulips. She took them, her eyes shining. "Thank you, they're beautiful." "So is the book," I said, gesturing to the stack on the table. "It's not perfect," she said, leaning in as if sharing a secret. "There are parts I'd change if I could, but I realized that a book doesn't have to be perfect to be true." "Nothing does," I agreed. I stood in the back of the room as she read from her work. Her voice was steady and clear. She read about a man who walked away from a life he didn't recognize and found a world that was waiting for him. She read about the beauty of the ordinary, the holiness of the mundane. As I listened, I looked around at the audience. There were dozens of people, all of them caught up in the words, but they weren't characters. They were listeners. They were taking her story and folding it into their own lives, making it something new, something she could never have predicted. I realized then that this was the true purpose of stories. They weren't meant to be cages. They were meant to be mirrors or windows or maps. They were meant to help us understand the world, not replace it. When the reading was over, I walked back out into the night. The moon was a thin sliver in the sky, hanging over the dark silhouette of the mountains. I didn't go straight back to the cafe. I walked down to the water one more time. I stood at the edge of the Sound, the same place where I had thrown the napkin and the pen. The water was calm, reflecting the lights of the city. I thought about the author one last time. I pictured him sitting at his desk, the lamp casting a circle of yellow light on his empty page. I imagined him picking up his pen, his hand trembling slightly. I hoped he would write something new, not a tragedy, not a mystery, not a story about a man on a mountain. I hoped he would write about the way the light hits a water stain on a ceiling. I hoped he would write about the sound of a radiator clanking in the morning. I hoped he would write about a woman in a yellow raincoat and a man who washes dishes. But even if he didn't, it wouldn't matter. Because I was here. I breathed in the cold, salt air. I felt the solid ground beneath my feet. I felt the steady beat of my own heart. The rope was gone. The mountain was a memory. The story was over. I turned away from the water and began the walk home. I had work in the morning. I had a life to live. And for the first time, I knew exactly what happened next. Whatever I chose. The walk back to the rusty anchor felt different than it had an hour ago. The air was no longer a medium through which I was being pushed by a narrative force. It was just nitrogen and oxygen, and the scent of frying onions from a late-night teriyaki joint. I felt light, as if the physical weight of the author's gaze had finally evaporated, leaving me alone in the cool, blue dark of a Seattle spring. When I reached the cafe, the closed sign was flipped, but the amber glow of the heat lamps in the kitchen spilled out onto the sidewalk. I let myself in with my own key, a heavy brass thing that felt like an anchor in my pocket, and found Martha sitting at the counter. She wasn't cleaning or scolding. She was just sitting there with a cup of herbal tea, staring at the darkened reflection of the street in the front window. "How was the word lady?" she asked without turning around. "She was good," I said, pulling up a stool beside her. She read about a man who walked away. Martha nodded slowly. Lot of that going around. Walking away is the easy part, Elias. It's the staying put that kills most people. They get the itch. They think there's a better version of themselves waiting 3 towns over or in the arms of someone who doesn't know their bad habits yet. "I don't have the itch," I said, and it was the truest thing I had ever uttered. "I like the grease. I like the radiator." She looked at me then, her eyes narrowed in that way that usually preceded a lecture, but instead she just sighed. "You're a freak of nature, but you're my freak of nature. Get some sleep. Bernie's coming early tomorrow because he's got a dentist appointment, and if those milk crates aren't hauled in by 6, I'm docking your pay." "Good night, Martha." I climbed the narrow stairs to my room. The wood groaned under my feet, a familiar, rhythmic complaint. In my room, I didn't turn on the light. I sat on the edge of the bed and watched the neon sign of the laundromat across the street flicker from pink to a dull, dead gray. I opened my journal. The leather was cool and smelled of the shop where Martha had bought it. I picked up the heavy rollerball pen and held it over the white expanse of the page. For a second, a ghost of the old fear returned, the idea that by writing I was inviting him back in. But then I looked at my hands. They were chapped from the dishwater, with a small burn on the thumb from a hot plate I'd grabbed too quickly on Tuesday. These were not the hands of a character. These were the hands of a laborer. I wrote March 14th. The woman in the blue dress smiled when she saw the tulips. She has a small mole just above her left eyebrow that I hadn't noticed before. The bookstore had a cat, too, a black one that slept on a stack of encyclopedias. It didn't look like the cat in the alley. It looked pampered and bored. I closed the book. It wasn't a masterpiece. It was a record of a Tuesday, and that was enough. The weeks that followed were marked by the slow, steady rhythm of the changing season. The liquid sunshine turned into actual sunlight, pale and hesitant at first, then bold enough to bake the scent of salt and pine into the pavement. The tourists started to appear, wearing brand new windbreakers and carrying maps they didn't know how to read. They were different from the regulars. They were loud and hurried, looking for the real Seattle while standing right in the middle of it. I found I didn't mind them. They were like birds passing through, bright and noisy, and ultimately inconsequential to the deep, steady pulse of the cafe. One afternoon, while I was clearing a table near the window, I saw a car parked across the street. It was a black sedan, unremarkable in every way, except for the man sitting in the driver's seat. He wasn't looking at a phone or a map. He was just staring at the cafe. My pulse quickened. I felt that old, familiar prickle at the base of my neck, the sensation of being a target. I moved slowly, wiping the table with a damp cloth, keeping my eyes on the reflection in the glass. The man was older, with silver hair and a face that looked like it had been carved out of dry wood. He didn't look like the author I had imagined, but he looked like someone who knew how to wait. I went back to the counter. "Martha, do you know that cars?" She glanced out the window, squinting. "The Ford, never seen it. Why, you think it's the health inspector. I told Bernie to fix that floor drain 3 times. "No," I said, I have a feeling." "Feelings are for poets and people who don't have enough to do," Martha grunted. "Go check the fridge. I think the eggs are turning." I went into the walk-in, the blast of cold air hitting me like a physical blow.